Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brew Built X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brew Built Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brew Built line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brew Built X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brew Built Conicals. You can trust Brew Built with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brew Built at morebeer.com.
Home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, beer drinkers.
Get ready for an all-new experience in information exchange and beer culture.
Your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers from around the globe
right to your home.
You're not just listening to broadcasters, it's the Brewcasters
on the Brewing Network.
Wow. I don't even know what to do anymore, guys. It's, how long has it been?
Weeks, years, months. It's the board thing in front of you there. Those are the buttons you push.
Thank you. I needed to remember that. Welcome, everybody, to the triumphant, or at least the return of the Brewing Network session. And it has been about a month since we've been on the air, almost exactly. I think our last show was April 15th.
2007. 6.
Is that right? Yeah. April 15th. Yeah.
Beer.
Tax day of all things. What a shitty day.
Beer and taxes.
Taxes were due, and we disappeared off the face of the earth for about a month's time. We're going to tell you all about that here in the beginning. I got lots of updates, but I'm really happy to be back in the studio.
Yeah, I'm so excited about it. I turned my phone off, actually. I'm not texting on the show at all.
It's not even on silent? It's off?
Actually, it's on silent. Sorry.
So you're not really going to do that.
I can still receive, but it's a different level.
It's not vibrating in your pocket. Doc, how do you feel? Happy to be here?
Oh, yeah, I'm happy to be here.
All right. It has been a while. Doc needed the break, too, because his family was going to leave him. So,
You're doing the damn radio show again?
Yeah. Like, how many times do we have to do the radio show in a month? Well, 4.
By the reminder that it had been.
that it was about that long. All right, well, welcome everybody, and we're really happy to be back. I'm going to tell you about why we needed the break, although I posted some of that in the forum. I get surprised about how many people don't actually read the forum.
Yeah.
Because about 3 weeks into our break, I started getting emails like, hey, are you guys still around?
Yeah.
And I just sort of assumed that everybody would see the postings and on the website and all that, and I think that was a bad assumption.
My wife, I was telling her, yeah, it's been a month since we've done. No, it just seems like a couple of weeks. And like, no, it's been like 4 weeks. And she's, no, it can't be that. Look, you got to do that show tonight? And like, there's people ready to put the tube in their mouth and pull the trigger if we don't go back on.
We must come back.
But Doc, you actually told her that you were doing shows, though, so you...
I know, I kind of stumbled on that one.
Whoa.
Did you?
Oh, just that one.
Oh, that's right, because that's why she said it's only been a couple of weeks.
Yeah, but it had been 4 weeks since there was that first one.
Yeah, that's true.
I hope I didn't out you there, but you did call it out.
Well, I almost blew it today.
She doesn't listen, so we can talk about it on the air. She'll never know if we mention it here, but yeah, you going back, what do you mean? We haven't done the show for 6 weeks.
I think I remember that night. Limousine.
I don't know what you're talking about, actually. It was a good time, though, and I'm glad that, you got a little break, not only from the show, Doc, but also from the family for like a weekend. So that was good for you. All right. Well, we are happy to be back. Like I've said, we got a great show planned for you today. I wanted to come back with a good one. And we are going to try to tighten up our format a little bit, which doesn't mean we're going to shorten our shows any. That would just be ridiculous.
That's just crazy talk.
But I just, we need some, little more, organization in terms of getting our sponsors, some mentions, and, making sure that we get enough content in here for you guys, in the shows that we do. And I'm going to tell you why we need to kind of cram it into shows here in a little while. Today's show, we've got Randy Thiel, the brewmaster from Ommegang, from Brewery Ommegang out there in New York. And that is really an awesome guest for us.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
He's a really good guy, an amazing brewer, and, you know, arguably the best Belgian brewer in the U.S., at least in terms of the fact that they don't brew anything at Ommegang other than bottle-conditioned Belgian-style ales. So he's obviously in good practice when it comes to Belgian beers. So we're going to be talking to him probably right around 5:30, 5:35, you know, in that area. And get your, you know, Belgian questions ready, because the guy's a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah, he's kind of a guy that flies under the radar, too. I've never met him. The first time I saw him was on the video on your website.
Yeah.
And he's great. He's a great speaker, and really knows his stuff, and that brewery is just amazing.
It is.
And I was like, I've never been there. When I saw you were out there, and I was like, oh, I got to get out there.
Yeah, it is a very cool brewery in a cool location. Cooperstown, New York, right near the Baseball Hall of Fame, which makes it kind of a good deal, too. You can see something else there while you're there. The other thing is, like Sean just mentioned, if you want to get yourself ready to be able to ask Randy some questions about Brewery Ommegang and you haven't seen it yet, go to our video page right there on the BrewingNetwork.com. Hit the video tab near the top of the page, and it is part one of our New York trip. And we went to Ommegang, we went to 6 Points in Brooklyn, and we went to Brooklyn Brewery. And the other two parts are being worked on now, but Ommegang is up there already. So check out the video if you want, and you got a little time. It's about a 20-minute video, I think.
It's awesome. I mean, I watched it right when you told me it was up, and I was blown away.
Cool.
Like the second time I've said blown away so far. We're only like 8 minutes into the show.
Hey, that's good. When we get later in the show, you just say I was blown, and
away.
It tends to happen.
Hopefully.
Of course, the great Sean O'Sullivan is hanging out with us. That's who you're hearing now. We got Dr. Scott back in the studio, and Stephanie is your chat moderator today. How's it going over there, Stephanie?
It's good.
Yeah?
Everyone's really excited.
They're being nice to you?
Yeah, they're being nice. Everyone's being nice.
They're not drunk yet.
Oh, that's good.
No, it's early.
So Stephanie's going to man the chat room for us, which brings me to the first part of us updating you about what we've been doing all this time away. Interns are in the works. It takes a little more time than I was originally led to believe. They're going through a selection process at the local college to figure out who I get to interview. And
so what, do we get to pick from a couple of them?
Yeah, I'm going to try to line up, a few, and we're going to pick them on the air. Like, we're going to do all the interviews on the air.
That'd be good.
I think that's the way to do it.
So what did you expect? Like, you just call the school up and they would just, suddenly like, interns are us, and they would just show up in a, small yellow bus and, we're here, Justin.
I didn't know. Is that not how it's supposed to go? No, originally I thought it would be very difficult. And then they said, oh no, it's a piece of cake. Just send us a piece of paper that talks about, what it is you guys do. And so I sent that, and then they said, okay, now it's a little more complicated actually, because we just want to make sure that we get people, who would be good for what you're doing, because the audio program there is just that. It's only an audio program. It's not really a broadcasting program at the local school. So they want to get us people who are interested in the broadcasting part of it. Little do they know I'm not going to let them do shit except for run the chat room and answer the phone.
Bring me my coffee!
Yeah, exactly. So interns are on the way. Hang in there, everybody. And like I just said, we'll be doing the selection process on the air, and you folks will be able to help us do that as well. Before I move on to any other announcements, we got our first phone call of our time back. We got JP on the line, who should be here. What a wanker. JP, what's happening?
Hey, what's up? What do you mean your first phone call? It's already 5:08.
Yep, so it's the first phone call, JP.
Oh, man. You got losers for listeners, then, if this is the first phone call.
I think we actually rejected a couple of phone calls due to content, and we almost rejected you, but I don't know, Stephanie was feeling nice, I guess.
She never told you who it was.
Yeah.
Well, I guess she's used to feeling sorry for people because she hangs around Sean so much.
Oh, jeez.
And so it begins.
Blame me!
What's the word, JP?
Not much, man. We're hanging out in Reno here with Mike White here.
Ah,
and,
very nice.
Reno is a horrible place, and I want to leave as soon as possible.
Yeah, I don't know why you even went. You should be here.
You could have gone tomorrow morning, too, and been here.
You know, I felt really out of place. I don't have my Dale Earnhardt shirt, and I have all my teeth.
Yeah.
So
you might want to go pick up a
Get a
Dale
mullet.
Earnhardt shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll just call and say hi and bother you and see and say, hey, good to be back on the air.
Hey, thank you for that. And I there's a rumor that Lunch Meat might even be back this coming Friday.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll see. Don't hold
I
me.
like hearing rumors about that.
Yeah, don't hold me to that. I like how we're both the hosts of the show, and they're just rumors.
Yeah. I don't even think you or I started that rumor. I think someone else started it too.
That neither one of you have heard before.
It's true.
JP, are you kind of loaded right now? Because you've been talking now, and Justin's the one that mentioned lunch meat. You never even brought it up. What's going on?
Yeah, well, you know, the show that you're referring to, the show that airs every other Friday at noon on thebrewingnetwork.com.
Hey, we worked out pretty well.
It's a great, I've been kind of having a few beers all day and
all right,
sitting here and enjoying the beer and, you know, yeah.
All right, sounds good. Look, I gotta go, but thank you. Thanks for the call. And we miss you. You know. All right.
Yeah.
Bye. you handled that like he was a telemarketer at the end there. That was good.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Well,
Okay. Listen.
Thanks for the offer. I've already got long distance. Okay, that was the great JP. I'll tell you what, we got a lot to get through today, and I just need to keep moving it along because I want to keep you guys up to date, and then we got to get to Randy Thiel from Brewery Ommegang. Let me tell you about our little break here, everybody. I bet half the Brewing Network doesn't even know what the hell happened at the break. But essentially, what was going on is, we were getting behind on all sorts of things and also getting more work all at the same time. The Craft Brewers Conference was very good for us, in terms of just meeting a lot of people. And, I'll tell you what, even I'm surprised at how many people are excited about the Brewing Network. People I've never met, a lot of people in the industry, have just heard about it from other people.
People were walking up because I was out there as well. We were hanging out a lot, and people were walking up to you and just saying, I listened to your show. There was a couple guys. There was Dave, I don't know what his online name is, from Atlanta, and works for a distributor out there, and we hung out quite a bit, actually. It was great. Yeah. Awesome trip.
Even industry folks are taking note of the show. You know, it used to be that I would call people and introduce myself, and they had never heard of the Brewing Network. I had to tell them about it, the whole thing. Now I call, and people go, oh yeah, they've at least heard of the Brewing Network, and a lot of people have listened to it before, so... It was just that sort of energy and buzz been going on, and we had to get things ready to be able to, kind of keep up with that. So I decided, the only way we could do that is to take a little break and catch up on the stuff that we hadn't gotten done and get our sponsors in order and come back with a bang. So that's really what we did. And I've got some new audio for you. You're going to hear it today during the show. A couple of new features that you're going to find out. A competition and event calendar, so we can keep you guys up to date of things that are happening in the homebrew world. You'll hear that later in the show. You're going to start hearing in the coming weeks from a couple of new sponsors. We're going to be doing some new podcasts in the next couple of weeks. Everyone's been asking me to update the store with merchandise, which I have done, although the page is still down. I think it's going to open up tomorrow. So tomorrow I'll have books in the store, which is a new feature for us. You can buy all of your brewing books that you normally get, from brewery shops and all sorts of stuff like that. If you want to support the Brewing Network, you can get them right through the brewingnetwork.com store. And one special feature about that is that the Jameel book, which isn't due out until November, you can buy pre-sale starting tomorrow on the Brewing Network store. Now, it's available for pre-sale elsewhere, like on Amazon, for example. And by the way, nobody can compete with
What's Amazon? What is that? Is that some store thing?
Nobody can compete with their price because they hose all of the authors and everybody else. They're like the Walmart of online stores, and they really like to stick it to publishers and authors. So I'm not going to tell you I'm anywhere near the Amazon price, and if you'd like to go buy it there, go right ahead. Just know that you are neither supporting the author or, of course, the Brewing Network. Instead, you could buy Jameel's new book, which comes out in November, at our store, and you'll get a signed copy if you do. I think the price is $19.95. Jamil's going to sign it for you personally. I think we set up a deal where if you pay a little more, like $21.95 or something, he'll personalize the signature. Like, hey, asshat, thanks for enjoy the book. Whatever you want him to say.
Good luck brewing.
Yeah, things like that.
The Pope.
To another awesome brewer. That puts me to shame.
Stuff like that, So
you could have a lot of fun with that.
Yeah.
That'd be a great gift, too.
I think so.
Because, 4th of July is right around the corner.
And why not give somebody a Jamil book on the 4th of July? So that'll be in our store beginning tomorrow, among a few other books. The other thing is, you'll be able to pre-order BN Army T-shirts. We have brand new BN Army T-shirts. We did pretty good about selling out our Brewing Network shirts over, distinct period of time. And now we're going to be offering
What does that mean?
Our new BN Army T-shirts. And listen, you guys are going to love these things. They are so cool. I mean, the artwork on these is so cool. Listener, forum user, Brains Tasty is the guy who's the brains behind the artwork, and he did just an awesome job. So we're going to have one design available in the store for pre-order, because they're being made right now. So if you'd like to pre-order them, go ahead and do that. Or you can wait till we have them in stock, too. That's fine. And new designs are also in the works. So lots of stuff in the store. We had to get that done.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it was a busy...
Take a breath right now, will you?
It was a busy time. The other thing I told you before we took the break is that we were looking not only for interns, but the show needed a producer. And we've got a producer in training.
Not just an executive producer.
I don't know. Yeah, executive producers don't really do anything.
No, they don't.
I just want to say that right now. That they're like... they do a lot of behind the scenes stuff.
A lot of lunches.
A lot of lunches, Sometimes they finance things, so...
Yeah. Or find somebody to put the bill.
So what's a producer in training? That sounds like you pretty much...
Well, it basically means that I'm not sure if this guy's going to be our producer or not yet, and we're going to have to go through a little bit of a
hazing,
a test period, and also he's got some things going on in his career right now that he's got to quit his job and stuff. So that's not going to happen. But let me introduce you to our future producer, right now producer in training, Chad, the producer. Chad, what's happening?
What's happening?
Glad to have you aboard.
Hey, glad to be a part of it.
Now, a lot of what Chad's going to be doing, you folks at home aren't going to see. It's a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that we're going to have you do. A lot of working with the guests. Chad's a very personable guy, good at working with people, so he's going to be doing some booking and some interaction with our guests when they get here.
Picking up people at the airport.
Hot chicks.
Yeah.
Oh.
Stuff that I don't want to do. Like, I love meeting the guests, but I don't really want to be bothered. Like, I'd rather them stay outside the studio until showtime and not have to talk to anybody.
Yeah, put them in the green room.
It could be like Imus, you just walk by, like...
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I'd really like to do.
What is this you do here?
Like, after the show, it's fine, because then I'm kind of drunk and I'm happy to talk to people. But before the show, I don't care.
You're a social misfit.
Yeah. So Chad's going to take care of things like that. And
keep them off your back.
Yeah. And lots of other things, too. Mainly Chad. You're going to take the brunt of the blame for what goes wrong on the show.
Oh, to be expected.
Yeah. Like, for example, right now, everybody blames me for everything that happens, and I've always kind of taken that, and now I'm just going to pass it along to you.
So now Chad's the new ass.
I've got big shoulders.
Yeah. That's good.
He does.
So other than when I'm, like, yelling at Chad for things that he screwed up, we're probably not going to hear too much from him on the air. He's going to have a lot of work to do aside from that. So
they'll be busy getting us beer and stuff.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah.
Anything for you, Doc.
Good.
Now you just started
that clear.
You just started homebrewing again too. Is that right?
That's right. Doing my second Pliny, second time around.
Very nice.
Love the Pliny.
Guy goes to he brewed on my equipment a few months ago. He does a Pliny. And goes to the homebrew shop the other day, and I tell him what to get. I was like, "Oh, get a nice amber, get something, something for the
something
summer.
Drinkable,
get a Kolsch, something for the summer." He comes home. He's like, I got Pliny.
He drinks Pliny all the time. Why wouldn't he get Pliny?
Constantly. He's
Love
like
it.
a Pliny maniac.
Amber next week.
Okay.
Deal?
You gonna brew every week now?
Try to. We've got a ton of empty kegs back there.
See, that's good.
Yeah, some of them are mine.
I'm kind of thinking you should be doing shit in here so I can be out there brewing.
All right.
Actually, we were hanging out.
Something.
We were hanging out the other night. He called you and asked you about some question about brewing. What was that all about?
Yeah, trying to figure out how many.
What are these hops?
He's still you know how to brew. You still like all of us. You still need every now and then
trying to second opinion.
Figure out a couple calculations.
That's right.
I don't know what the fuck he called me for.
Didn't have my number.
That's your first mistake right there. So anyway, a home brewer and beer lover extraordinaire from the East Coast originally.
That's right.
Where are you from out there?
Connecticut, originally.
Hey,
Just living in
attaboy.
Vermont the last 5 years, though, so.
Okay.
Love the weather out here, I can tell you that. Winters in Vermont, forget it.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Summers in Vermont?
Beautiful. Humid, buggy. That's the only bad
That's
part.
beautiful?
Screw that.
Well, they are beautiful.
That
Fall,
doesn't sound very good.
Fall color's beautiful.
Right, so
That's all it's got going for it.
You know a lot about Vermont. Okay, we got that. Check. Okay, next.
Yeah. Fascinating.
Chad's actually already taken a lot of the blame in the chat room for Daniela leaving.
Oh.
So
Really?
they're starting.
That's probably, there's some truth to that, probably.
Why do they think that? And talk into the microphone, will you?
Oh, sure. I don't know why they think that. They're all just saying it.
Good. Dude, start throwing blame now.
That's fine. That's what Chad's here for,
That's
man.
exactly right.
Bring it on.
You know, Justin, you're a freaking genius.
See what I'm saying here? If today's comeback show bombs, you guess whose fault that
Exactly.
is. Chad's fault.
I'm ready.
This man is going places.
He's going down.
All right, go do something, Chad.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Why don't you get a hold of Randy for me and tell him 15 minutes or so.
You know, we homebrewed during the break for the first time. I did, actually, in like 15 years.
Really?
Yeah.
What did you brew?
I brewed, I don't know what it was, but I had Roger and Christian over at my house. We had a big barbecue at my house, and I just bought a couple of the White Labs 550 Belgian yeast and threw together this recipe. It was basically a malty Belgian beer, whatever. I don't know what it was, but it was kind of funny because you have these like brewers standing around, and we were also smoking some meat and all. That was great, and we and apparently, Steve, my old assistant, brought some hops that he had grown in his backyard, and we were just throwing shit in there. It was just pretty funny, actually. Very, very low key.
Smoking meat, Doc.
Smoking meat.
So you want to know? So I was there watching that too. You want to know something funny, Sully? So Sully just said that they're like throwing in hops willy nilly, right? Well, I got to tell you that every time you left to go do something in the kitchen or whatever, they threw in even more hops.
I expected that.
So forget that thing is going to be a malty Belgian ale.
Yeah,
it's going to be a Pliny the Belgian.
Pliny the Belgian.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, how those hops that Steve brought? I mean, not to get too into it, but
no,
they were grown in Oakland.
Yeah, but that's not all they threw in there.
Oh, really?
They took like every bag of hops that you had and threw it into that beer. And boy, were we laughing.
Yeah. I haven't tasted. I haven't done anything with it yet, actually. Yeah.
Back to home.
That'll be fun.
All right, so I got some more announcements for you too. How about some anniversary show updates? That's coming up really quick now. June 3rd at the Bistro in Hayward. Everybody knows that. And I've told you some of the things that are happening. I told you Cold Hot Crash is they're gonna close the show.
Awesome.
They're our headlining act there. And how about here's I think probably our biggest surprise. I'm just gonna throw it out right now. A special feature for you guys. There will be a Brewing Network band.
The session band.
The session band.
Wow.
That's right. Members of the Brewing Network, myself, Doc, JP, John Plisse, the emerging gangster rappers Push and Sven are going to come up and perform. We are all going to be the Brewing Network band. It is going to be, we've got probably an hour's worth of music to play for you guys as the Brewing Network band. And it's going to be a lot of your Brewing Network favorites performed live by the hosts of your show. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, we're kind of stoked about that. I've been holding on to that one for a while, making sure that we could get it together enough to play. We got it together, Doc.
Yeah, it was really fun.
So a couple rehearsals under our belt, maybe a couple more coming, and that's one for me. That's going to be the most fun at the anniversary show this year, so that we get to. I haven't performed in a long time. I used to be in bands for years, and I'm looking forward to getting back up there and playing behind with a full band.
We're going on early.
We're going to go on semi-early. We're on right in the middle. Now I had an opening act. They have since
backed out.
Well, they broke up.
Bastards.
So,
that's Chad's fault.
So I don't know if we're going to have an opening act. We're still going to do we're going to broadcast the show like normal too. So that's probably just going to be the opening act. We'll take a break, and then the session band will jump up there and play for an hour, and then we'll do some more radio show, and then we'll get your headliners Cold Hot Crash performing for about 40 minutes or so, and then we'll finish the night with a little more radio show.
Yeah, that'd be awesome because the first anniversary show, which was at the 21st Amendment at 563 2nd Street,
thank you.
The last hour of that show was ridiculous, so it'll be nice to have like a nice band, because those guys are awesome to play, and then come back and we wrap it up, with some
drunkenness.
Well,
and that's really what I feel like.
It'll add quality to the show, is what I'm saying. insane.
I mean, when we broadcast the last show for like 4 hours, I think that listeners who couldn't be there enjoyed it to a degree. But I think what it ends up sounding like is, wow, they sound like they're having a really good time. And I'm sitting here at my computer. And I just think that maybe a little more entertainment and they can interact among themselves. They don't have to pay attention to us just getting drunk and acting retarded for 4 hours. They'll just have to listen to that for about 2.5 hours.
We're going to try to have a live video.
Yes. I'm having a problem with the internet connection out there, but yes, it is in the works that there will be a stage camera so you can see the band, so you'll see just what everybody else is seeing, and then also kind of a roving
monkey
camera.
cam.
The monkey cam, exactly, so you can see what's happening.
Well, I've actually seen online, it sounds like several of the listeners will be coming out.
It does look like it. In fact,
Bub.
I got a feeling that we're going to be, it's going to be really packed. Like, we're going to be like sardines in there. It's going to be cozy. So everybody, I think you ought to wear your pants at this event.
And deodorant.
Yeah.
At least at first.
There's tons of people coming out
Yeah.
for it, yeah.
I'm telling you, it was really looking like that. A lot of listeners.
Yeah, tons of listeners.
So
They're curious about the band.
Is Bub going to do the 12-hour
session?
turnaround?
Yeah, they want to know what instrument you play.
Yeah, you want to see that, ladies?
I play the accordion. The skin flute.
I was going to say that.
Is there a contest that night?
I'd beat you to it. No, I don't think so. We were talking about doing the craft brew versus home brew, and I was talking to Vic. He's the owner of the bistro down there. And I got to say, man, the logistics of that thing, given all the other stuff I had to get done around here, it would just be half-assed if we did it, and I don't want to do that. So I'm going to work with Vic on doing that another time, though. We definitely talked. He was pretty excited about it. Sean was real excited about it, too. So I'm going to get kind of a core committee together, and we're going to work on that competition for a different time, maybe another festival.
Okay. Well, I'm still going to bring out a beer, though, for it.
A lot of people are bringing their own beers.
We've got 7 breweries, I think, maybe 8 breweries contributing kegs to the event. So not only does Vic have, I think, about 13 taps where he rotates a lot of great beer already, but I've got 7 or 8 specialty beers that breweries from around the Bay, some of them are making beer especially for us, some of them are blending a few of their beers to make a special batch, and others are going to give us just some of their best beer, maybe some new releases. And I'll tell you, one of the cool things is they're all going to rename their beers, and they're all going to be named after the Brewing Network in some way, even if it's like maybe Ass Hat Pale Ale or something to like make fun of us. Things like that. So, 7 or 8 specialty beers will be there, plus his 12 or 13 regular taps, man. We're talking a good amount of beer.
It's going to be great.
Yeah, you don't want to miss it just for that.
What about a call-in contest? Is there anything like that going on?
No. And I'll tell you why, because I did that last year, and then I was so drunk that I don't think anybody got their prizes unless they were on location. So we might do some, on-location stuff. We're going to play Beer Jeopardy or something like that, and if you're a contestant there, I'll give stuff away. But I know I won't be able to take phone calls. I'm hoping to be able to take some Skype. Just logistically, I can't. I could tell you guys that I'm going to do it. I'd be lying, though.
Okay.
So, no contest. Just hang out, man. Have some fun with us. You'll be able to be in the chat room if you can't make it. Although, if you can make it, man, you guys aren't going to want to miss this. It's going to
be awesome.
And
the bistro is great. It's going to be warm, too. It'll be in the summer.
Yeah.
That's a great spot.
Yeah. All right, 2 more announcements. I'm telling you guys, it was a busy time. So, the FM show. People have been somehow. I didn't think anyone would take notice of this happening before I talked about it on the air.
Yeah.
They did. They went looking for the FM show. So Free FM, the station that we are on, it was 106.9 here in San Francisco. They flipped, which basically means. And by the way, stations do it all the time. They dropped the format altogether and brought back an old format that CBS had for a while. They brought back oldies. So now the station's now all music.
So they brought me back, oldies.
Exactly. So Sully will still be on 106.9. You can catch him there. So, for about 2 days there, the show was homeless. We basically got canned along with everybody else on Free FM. I mean, when they flip a station, everybody gets fired. They bring in all new talent, new production. They do everything. I've seen it happen to 2 stations since I've been working out there, both on the same floor. They're really kind of flipping things around. I'll be honest, CBS is in trouble. Their radio division is tough. They're trying to get it back.
See, that's good to hear because you told me it was my fault.
I just wanted you to. When I said in trouble, I meant, they're hiring people like you to do radio shows with me. So for about 2 days, we were in limbo. But then a sister station who is also picking up Adam Carolla and Tom Likas and a lot of the folks that were on Free FM, they also picked us up. So we are still on the air here in the San Francisco Bay Area. We'll be back on next Saturday, AM 1550. We're not going to be on the web right away. They're restructuring the format. I'll let you guys know as soon as the rest of you can tune in if you're not in the Bay Area.
So the FM show's now AM.
The FM show is now the AM show. Exactly.
It's really disappointing, too, because that show was getting really popular. We were getting a lot of phone calls, and especially when they moved us to an hour before the game. It
was getting crazy.
The A's game. It was a lot of fun, and it's kind of too bad that happened. But it's nice that it has some legs on another channel, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I tell you, I'm more excited about it because they've given me a lot more control over the show now. I mean, I had control before. But I also work at AM 1550 all week long, so guess whose promos are getting played all week long? You know what I'm saying? I'm the guy who does that anyway. So I'll
just put that card. Well, look at that; it's a TBN card.
Oh, my fault. I think we may end up with more listeners than we ever had before, to be honest. And plus, that they're changing the format of the AM station, bringing guys like Carolla and like us, and we fit right in there. So that's the deal with the FM show. I think it's KYOUradio.com. If you want to check it out. But like I said, KYOUradio.com.
It's going to be that kind of show.
Oh, we got to do. Thanks, Doc. Because Sully, we got to make fun of that while we're on the air. Welcome to Radio KY.
Ooh, we feel so good.
That's going to be fun. So there's the deal with the FM show. Okay, last thing. So everything's been pretty good up till now. This one you guys aren't going to like too much, but you're going to have to bear with us. The Brewing Network will no longer be doing 4 Sundays a month. We're actually going to cut down to 3. Now, occasionally there's 5 Sundays in a month, and I'll do my best to do 4 of those, but with the new podcast that we're about to put out and a few other things that we got going on, we can no longer keep up with the schedule of doing a Sunday show every Sunday. And not only that, Doc is guaranteed to get a divorce by the 3rd anniversary party if we keep taking him from his family every single weekend.
Yep.
So we had to have a sit down and really kind of figure it out. It's for the good of the Brewing Network. Here's what I'm going to do to compensate. I'm going to try my best to give you guys extra content on the 4th Sunday. Some of them will be best of shows. I'll try to get some extra interviews up there, just other things that we do, so that you have something on that, whatever that off Sunday is. The other thing is, if when booking guests, if they can only do our off Sunday, well then we'll do it. I'm not gonna not book guests if that's the only day they can do. So there will be some exceptions where we're here every Sunday of the month. But in general, you can now expect 3 sessions a month, and hopefully you can expect a lot more quality out of the 3 that you get.
Sounds fair.
As if they could get any better.
Start running lunch meat reruns. Well, JP will love that.
It's gonna be our 4th Sunday. So, just kind of stay tuned, and we'll see what we can drum up for that 4th Sunday. I don't want it to be kind of a drag of a day, so we might end up kind of plugging something else in there that you guys will really enjoy. So
Doc and I come down to the show.
Do some singing.
Yeah.
Banjo playing and singing. And
do a midnight show.
All kinds of shit.
Yeah.
At 5. What am I talking about?
It's not a bad idea. Welcome to the Midnight Show at 5.
Good noon.
I think that's it, man.
That's a lot.
It's 30 minutes.
Right, you just babbled on there for 30 minutes.
Let's get out of here. We're done.
Okay.
Just want to tell everybody what we're doing. All right, here's what we're going to do. When we come back, we're going to have Randy Thiel from Brewery Ommegang on the show with us, and we're excited about that. So get your Belgian questions ready. Lots of show planned for you today. Later on, we're going to talk to Scott Kirkmans of the New Draft magazine. So I'm excited to be back, everybody. Hang in there. It's the session right here on the Brewing Network.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Do you have a job? Do you have $199?
Who gives a crap?
Get your ass to the Bistro in Hayward, California on June 3rd for the 2nd annual Brewing Network Anniversary Party.
It's really been a great year for the Brewing Network. So now it's time to get drunk and cry and hold each other and baby, stuff like that, right?
Come out and help the Brewing Network celebrate 2 years of live beer radio. Meet the Brewcasters. Enjoy special beers on tap. See all the surprises in person at the Brewing Network Anniversary Show. Broadcast live on location at the Bistro in Hayward. Visit thebrewingnetwork.com for more details.
Gather round, ye lads and lasses, set ye for a while, and hearken to me mournful tale about the Emerald Isle. Let's all raise our glasses high to friends and family gone, and lift our voices in another Irish drinking song. Consumption took me mother and me father got the pox. Me brother drank the whiskey till he wound up in a box. Me other brother in the troubles met with his demise. Me sister has forever closed her smiling Irish eyes.
Now everybody's died, so until our tears are dried, we'll drink and drink and drink and drink, and then we'll drink some more. We'll dance and sing and fight until the early morning light, then we'll throw up, pass out, wake up, and then go drinking once again.
Ken was killed in Kilkenny, and Clare she died in Clare. Tip and Tipperary died out in the dead year. Shannon jumped into the river, Shannon back in June. Ernie fell into the urn, and Tom is in the tomb. Cleanliness is godliness, me Uncle Pat would sing. He broke his neck a slipping on a bar of Irish Bing. O'Grady, he was 80, though his bride was just a pup. He died upon the honeymoon when she got his Irish up.
Now everybody's died, so until our tears are dried, we'll drink and drink and drink and drink, and then we'll drink some more. We'll dance and sing and fight until the early morning light, then we'll throw up, pass out, wake up, and then go drinking once again. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da-da-ba-da.
Joe Murphy fought with Riley near the cliffs of Old Denis. He took out his shillelagh and he stabbed him in the spleen. My crazy Uncle Mike thought he was a leprechaun, but in fact he's just a leopard, and his arms and legs are gone. When Timmy Johnson broke his neck, it was a crying shame. He wasn't really Irish, but he went to Notre Dame. McNamara crossed the street and by a bus was hit, but he was just a Scotsman, so nobody gave a shit.
Now everybody's died, so until our tears are dried, we'll drink and drink and drink and drink, and then we'll drink some more. We'll dance and sing and fight until the early morning light, then we'll throw up, pass out, wake up, and then go drinking once again. Da, 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 da,
Me drunken Uncle Brendan tried to drive home from the bar. The road rose up to meet him when he fell out of his car. Irony was what befell me great-grand-uncle Sam. He choked upon the very last potato in the land. Connor lived in Ulstertown, he used to smuggle arms, until the British killed him and cut off his lucky charms. And dear old Father Flanagan, who left the Lord's employ, drunk on sacramental wine beneath the altar boy.
Now everybody's died, so until our tears are dried, we'll drink and drink and drink and drink, and then we'll drink some more. We'll dance and sing and fight until the early morning light, then we'll throw up, pass out, wake up, and then go drinking once again.
Someday soon I'll leave this world of pain and toil and sin. The Lord will take me by the hand to join all of me kin. Me only wish is when the Saviour comes for me and you.
He killed the cast of Riverdance and Michael Flatley too. Now everybody's died, so until our tears are dried, we'll drink and drink and drink and drink, and then we'll drink some more. We'll dance and sing and fight until the early morning light, then we'll throw up, pass out, wake up, and then go drinking once again. Then we'll throw up, pass out, wake up, and then go drinking once again. Then we'll throw up, pass out, wake up, and then go drinking once again.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
The Brewing Network. Saving your life. One beer at a time. All right, everybody, welcome back to The Session. We got Randy Thiel from Brewery Ommegang on the line with us. Sean Paxton's in the studio with us, too. What's happening, Sean?
Howdy.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
You know Sean as the homebrew chef, and when there's a newsletter, he writes in that for us. which we appreciate, Mr. Paxton.
I love you. Anytime. Actually, got a whole bunch of new stuff I've been working on.
Oh, that's good. Well, we'll try to get a venue for that to be published in.
Hey, beer caviar.
Really? That'll be interesting. Now, Paxton's a big Belgian guy, and goes to Belgium as much as he can.
He's just a big guy.
He's a big guy in general, yeah. Yeah, and Doc knows. And
what?
Hell of a brewer, too, so we thought it'd be cool to have you here while we've got Randy with us. Now, let me check. Let me make sure I got Randy on the line. Randy, are you there?
Hey, guys, what's up?
Ah, perfect. Randy Thiel from Brewery Ommegang. Are you at the brewery right now?
Yeah, it's, I wasn't expecting to come in today, but I had a brain fart over the weekend, and I forgot to fill up some frickin', so here I am.
Always working. You have to get it done. Where do you send beer that's in firkins?
Actually, our distributor out of Brooklyn, Union Beer, is stepping up a large firkin program for New York City. And, normally I wouldn't think that Belgian-style beers would be appropriate in a firkin because, the low carbonation, it's not really well suited for those types of beers.
Yeah.
But, we're going to try dry hopping some Rivas and send them down there and see what they think of it.
That's a pretty exciting
That's
thing
awesome.
to do. Yeah. All right. Now, I just want everybody to know, I mentioned at the beginning of the show, you can go to thebrewingnetwork.com and check out our video page because we've got a brewery tour with Randy of Brewery Ommegang that we did back in November. Did you see that, Paxton?
I did. It was awesome.
Yeah. Randy, have you checked out the video?
No, I left my laptop at home, so I didn't have a chance to check it out.
I felt so bad because, we did this video in November with these guys, but my editor lives in New York, so we've been sort of trading video back and forth trying to get it right. And then I see Randy in Austin at the Craft Brewers Conference, and I felt like such a dick because I'm like, hey, Randy, don't have that video for you, but thanks for spending all that time with us. And it was like just about to be finished at that point, too. So I hope you guys it's worth the wait, Randy, I promise you.
Oh, good. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, very cool. And of course, it's part one of our New York trip, so I'll get you a DVD, Randy, as soon as I have all 3 parts up there.
Okay.
But Randy did a good job, right? I mean, he really kind of talked to us about everything in the brewery, and it was fun.
Very.
It was a lot of fun. So if you haven't checked out the video yet, check it out, and kind of gear you up to ask some questions. So tell us, Randy, a little bit about Brewery Ommegang. How long have you been there, and how long's the brewery been around?
Actually, the brewery was constructed in 1996, so construction began on it, and it was finished up in 97, at which point the equipment installation started. And that's when I came in. I had just gotten out of UC Davis, out of the Brewmasters program there, and I came to Ommegang to work as the assistant brewmaster.
Okay.
We had a young gentleman from Belgium that was doing the equipment installation and designing the first beers. And so I apprenticed under him for 6 months. We started brewing in October of 97, so this October is going to be our 10th year anniversary. And then shortly after we started brewing, he got homesick. He had a fiancée back in Belgium, so he went back home. And so it was
Pussy.
a good opportunity for me, and I stepped right into his shoes.
Hey, lucky for you.
Yeah.
I like that. I got a girlfriend in another country. Wah.
I can't get laid, and I work at Brewery Ommegang.
It's one of the best breweries in the world.
For convenience.
No, that's great for you. Now, I didn't get to talk to you too much about it when we did the video, but you said you graduated from UC Davis. You're one of these guys, unlike Sean O'Sullivan, who went to school for brewing.
I went to school.
You did not.
Yeah, I did.
Did you?
Yeah, we'll talk about that later, Justin. We got the brewer from Ommegang on right now. We'll argue about that later.
Well, I wanted to know, just a little bit about the program and if you felt that, you really needed to do that to get where you are. A lot of our listeners, consider going to the Davis program.
Yeah, well, I guess, first of all, I went to UW-Madison. I got a bachelor's degree in microbiology, and I worked in a medical lab for about 6 or 7 years. And I was homebrewing at the same time, so like a lot of craft brewers that I have my roots in homebrewing. It quickly became a hobby that got out of control, so I thought I'd better try to make a living at it. And in 95, I went to the Siebel Institute in Chicago, and took the microbiology program.
Okay.
And after that, I went back to the laboratory for a year and a half, and then I enrolled in the UC Davis program, which was 6 months. And at the time, it was a tough step to make because I had a very secure job working in a laboratory.
Yeah.
And I was kind of giving everything up and moving out to California to follow a foolish brewing dream. And
foolish.
Yeah,
that's true. That's what
once
we're
I got
doing
out
here.
there-
Just lucky that Belgian guy went home.
And once I got out to UC Davis, they had a very professional program. Really good people were the instructors, and it was just a great way to get exposed to the science and technology of brewing.
Okay.
Now, does a person need that to get ahead? It depends. Craft brewing is really all about new ventures and opportunities. So that's you can certainly pick up a lot of practical experience working from the ground up.
Yeah, just being a kind of a lackey at some brewery.
Yeah, but if you really want to make a sincere effort to make a career out of it, I highly recommend a program like UC Davis or the Siebel Institute or the Brewing Guild.
Now, let me ask, would you have been able to get your position at Brewery Ommegang, a very technical brewery, if you hadn't gone to the Davis program?
No, I don't think I would have been able to get that position.
Okay.
If the whole Brewery Ommegang project was a big investment and a big venture for people, so when the original brewmaster left, they really wanted to make sure that they had someone that could do everything that was needed to grow the business. So,
now, Randy, what beers were you brewing as a home brewer versus going, with your education and then into Ommegang?
Well, when I was home brewing, I really focused mostly on British-style ales. And even when I went to UC Davis, Dr. Michael Lewis was the head instructor, and he's very British.
I don't know if that's a good thing to say about him.
Yeah, I'll leave that open. But the whole concept of Belgian-style beers was pretty foreign to me, even after graduating from UC Davis. But when I came out to Ommegang and interviewed, the owner and the entrepreneur of the brewery was Don Feinberg, who owns Van Bergen de Wolf, which imports some of the best Belgian beers into the U.S.
Okay.
And just working with Don closely, he gave me a lot of education about Belgian-style beer and really, kind of re-educated me to not think so scientifically about Belgian beer and really, think about the beer with your brain and with your heart.
Yeah, but when you were in the interview, you probably told them you liked Belgian beers and you brewed them all the time, though, didn't you?
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, I do it all the time. I do that double thing and whatever you do.
Oh man, I'm a horrible liar, so I could never get away with that.
So Sully.
He's like, Belgium. That's in Africa, right?
The Congo.
Well, Paxton brews like that too. He doesn't pay attention to anything. He takes his pants off and he really wants to feel the beer.
Hey, you remember when I brought the beaker?
Brew from the heart. Actually, Paxton is such a beer nerd. He carries his starters around with him like they're his children. He's afraid to leave them at home. He does. He showed up at a Brewing Network event carrying his starter with him because he didn't want to leave it at home.
Just a Saison starter to feed it.
He was very nervous about that. So you weren't a big homebrewing Belgian style guy.
No, not at all. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, when you ended up getting to Ommegang and realize you're going to brew all Belgian style beers, coming from a home brewer too, where you can brew anything you want, were you disappointed? Like, did you feel limited, or is the Belgian style kind of expansive enough that it's okay to only be brewing those?
Well, that's a good question. Anybody that's really familiar with our brewery and our beers realizes that we've had a pretty constant lineup of our beers over the last several years, and we really haven't introduced much in the way of anything new.
Yeah.
That's going to change this year. I'll get into that later.
Oh, sweet.
But I consider science very much an art form, if you think about art, really what it is the way that someone who is a master of a medium or a master of tools knows how to use those tools to express themselves. And in that sense, I consider science very much an art. And so approaching a production brewery environment from a homebrewing background, it was really night and day. And there's just so many things to be mindful of that, I never was bored because there was always a new challenge every day with equipment breaking down or having to troubleshoot the process and try to make the same beer or make the beer better day after day. I never felt really limited by that because I found other things to keep me interested.
Yeah. I'm glad that you brought that up, too, about how, kind of all the other work that's involved. I've been around Sean O'Sullivan's place here a while when they're brewing, and when shit goes wrong, I mean, you can't just stop the brew, you got to figure out what to do immediately if stuff breaks down. Same thing, in fact, listeners, I'll be posting some pictures for you. I was down at Firestone Walker about a week ago, and I did a little brewery tour, and I got to brew with Matt, just a little bit. I didn't brew the whole process.
He let you hold a spoon?
But he let me throw in the hops, like every retard who shows up at a brewery gets to throw the hops in. He's like, you want to throw the hops in?
It's like they have a camera set up there with like a little thing that's behind a Firestone Walker.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, here I am.
Is that a new webcam they have?
Thank you, Matt. But right in the middle of the process, and they have a really cool setup, too. He has a pump that takes his mash from the mash to the louder ton. Thank you. And that pump broke entirely. Oh, wow. Now, luckily, he has it's a gravity-fed system. It's actually built it's stacked up in 3 tiers, so he could still kind of get it through, but it was a real problem getting it through. And he looks at me, and he's still got a smile on his face, because I'm sure he's used to things going wrong. And he's just like, well, I can't stop now. I guess I just open the valve and see what I can do.
Wow.
And anyway, I just mean, Randy, that I'm glad you brought that up, because as we think about you might get bored having to brew the same beers all the time, when you think about all the things it takes to keep the system running and to keep the operation going, you couldn't possibly be bored.
And you're not just pressing buttons, are you?
I'm sorry, what's that?
You're not just pressing buttons. I mean, you're actually...
Oh, no. Yeah, it's very hands-on. As far as the microbreweries go, we do have a fairly nice brew house in the sense that we can operate the pumps and monitor the flow rates and the temperatures from a PLC. But still, every valve in the brew house and throughout the brewery is all manual. So we're running around, throwing open valves, closing valves, making sure that the beer is coming through, and we still have to haul bags up onto the brew house platform and haul a lot of malt bags to the mill. So yeah, it's not very.
It's not automated.
Not very robotic.
Yeah. I used to wonder, why so many brewers, are thin. I would think they'd be big fat bastards because they got to taste beer all the time. But it's the amount of, like Randy's saying, he's got to run around from, clamp to clamp and open valves and all that. And I've seen it too. He's got a whole stairway. He's got to bring all those grain bags up. Wow. That's why most of the brewers you see, aside from Sean, are thin.
I'm in an expansive period right now. Man, it's going to be going back soon.
You're not just expanding the brewery; he's expanding himself.
I bought running shoes today, actually.
Did you?
Yeah, I did actually.
That's good. You got to get back on the horse, man.
I do. Well, I have a question. I've never been out to your brewery before, but as with the rest of the industry, which has been increasing in sales and all that, the craft beer industry, how have you dealt with expanding the brewery or the brew house? Have you been adding tanks? Have you been because I imagine that your beer is becoming more and more popular with everybody else.
Right. That's a confounding question because there's so many aspects to it. Recently, we hired a production manager. His name is Phil Leinhardt. He has worked at Anheuser-Busch for 10 years, and he has family in the area, and he's been knocking on our door for many years. And this year we thought the time was right, so we brought him in. And he has a great pedigree. I mean, he's worked at Anheuser-Busch. He's worked at the Lion Brewery in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. He's worked at the Commonwealth Brewery in Boston when that first started up. and he was telling me that when he started up, John Mallett from Bell's Brewing was working in the kitchen at the time. So
wow.
That's how they got their start. And he also worked at Harpoon, so he's really seen it all. And having him on board is it's really kicked it up a notch for us. He's very professional, but he has he has that fire in the belly for craft beer. So hiring the right people is definitely a way to expand your business.
Yeah.
We've been adding on some outdoor fermenters to increase our volume. Last year, for the last couple of years, we've been growing by about 40% per year. And last year we got a hiccup in the first quarter when our corking machine actually broke down, and we didn't have the proper maintenance procedures in place, which is why it broke down. And also the equipment wasn't well represented in the U.S., so when we tried to get spare parts for it, we had to go all the way back to Italy. And anybody that's in a manufacturing business, be it beer or widgets or whatever, if you have to go to Italy to get spare parts, just don't hold your breath. It's going to take a while.
Yeah, I have a small little 2 meter square Delatoffler filter, DE filter, and I'm still waiting for the phone call. I call these guys and I'm like, all right, I need to do some pretty much of a breakdown on this machine to bring it back to up to grade, and I'm it's
still
crazy.
Waiting.
Yeah,
I had this Italian blow up doll, and man, you can forget.
You needed spare parts for it?
You can forget finding spare parts for that. I'll tell you right now, I had to buy an American one. It was a mess. Okay.
Yeah, but those Italian blow up dolls.
Yeah, it was well worth it. I'll say. Yeah. All right, maybe we should start talking a little more about the beers specifically.
We're going to pour one up here. Do you have a suggestion which one we should start with?
You think we should?
Which ones did you get a hold of?
All of them.
We got them all, man. We went nuts.
Well, let's start with the Witta.
Okay, that's what I thought.
All right, so we're going to go with the Witta, which, I thought Randy got out a bottle of this for us when we were at the brewery there, and I said, okay, here comes the wheat beer. I saw it. Man, it's awesome.
Yeah.
It is a fantastic beer. It ended up being one of my favorites, actually, between this one and, you can't go wrong with the Three Philosophers, let's face it. Just two amazing beers. So, those of you at home, I know that, you can get Ommegang in quite a few places, so we were hoping that, I heard from some of you that you were going to buy some. We were hoping you picked some up. But we'll try all five while we got Randy. I'm just starting with the Witta, so grab that and we'll talk about the flavors. Tell us about this beer, how you brewed and what's in it.
Okay, so this is a Belgian-style white beer, and it gets the name from the cloudy appearance. We use about 45% unmalted wheat in this beer, along with a Pilsner barley, and it throws a lot of protein haze, which gives it that heavenly cloudiness. And also, of course, with all of our bottled beers, we bottle condition them, so there's also yeast in there. And that gives it that kind of a luminescence as it's glowing from within. And it has a nice white head on it. And if you smell the bouquet...
Yeah. Are you drinking right now?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Oh, yeah. I set up all the guests that way. Like, hey, line yourself with beer and have a seat. It's going to be a while.
When I was buying this, the girl checking me out, I thought, hey, wow, she looks like Phoebe Cates. She's pretty cute. And I thought, I was like, oh, she's really nice too. And then she laid all my Belgian beers down sideways.
That bitch.
It all went downhill from there.
Doc was like, wow, you were hot until you turned into an idiot.
If she looks like Phoebe Cates, I think I'd...
It took me a couple of minutes, but I still forgave her.
Yeah, you're like, I could stand them up again.
She stood me up.
Well, actually, this one's not too cloudy, though. It did settle out again. So it's nice.
We had Chad shake the bottle, but you know what? It's Chad poured it. It's clear. It's his fault.
What are the specialty ingredients in this that we should know about? Anything?
Well, we keep the spicing pretty simple with this beer. We use sweet orange peel and coriander. And compared to other Belgian white beers or even some American versions of white beers, we like to keep our spicing to a minimum.
Okay.
Really in the aroma, you're picking up a lot of the yeast character. There's some clovey phenolics.
Yeah.
And a slight banana aroma.
What temp do you ferment this at?
Well, we use the same yeast for all of our beers.
That was going to be one of my first questions to you.
Too.
And the fermentation temperature is actually pretty high. It's about 78 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow.
Yeah.
What do you do in the winter? You guys have giant heaters in that place?
Well, the tanks are insulated, so even like with the outdoor tanks that we have, they have 3 inches of insulation.
Okay.
And just the thermal mass and the metabolism of the fermentation is enough to keep it warm.
Yeah.
So, in fact, even in the wintertime, we have to run cold glycol through the jackets to keep the temperature down.
Totally.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'll get up to 90 degrees if you leave it.
Yeah, but it is ass cold up in Cooperstown.
And outside.
In the middle of winter? Are you kidding me? In fact, you can see, I think, some of the... I wonder if I got the fermenters in the video. I'm trying to remember.
No, you didn't.
We got the grain silos, I know that, but I guess we didn't get the outdoor fermenter.
Nope.
But, I mean, we're talking, like, it's a blizzard up there in the winter.
Oh, yeah. This year... Actually, this winter was kind of mild, except for Valentine's Day. We got about 40 inches in 24 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
You don't even go to work on those days. You just stay home.
Yeah, but he works at a brewery. He's going to make it there.
I don't know. I just stay home and drink.
That day I didn't.
You didn't, right? You
Nope.
had your own little stash at home and you got hammered. I know what you did.
Oh, no. I was working on my laptop at home the whole day.
Oh. Yeah, well. Not everybody's as lazy as I am, I guess. I'm like,
you're just looking for some company.
I still think I'm in elementary school. Oh, it's a snow day. The bus isn't coming. I don't have to go to work. Yay!
The short bus.
Yeah.
So are you, what's the situation up there? Are you running around the clock? Are you running, how often, how are you brewing up there? Is it you have a lot of people there? Is it just you?
Well, we have 4 guys in the brew house. Actually, I rarely, if ever, work in production. Right now I'm focusing mostly on quality control and project management for our expansion. But for the brew house, we got 4 brewers. They run all the brews for the brew house, and they do the beer transfers, monitor the fermentations and the lagering, and do the filtration.
And how much? What was your barrelage last year?
Yeah.
Last year, I think we did about 7,500 barrels. So we're actually pretty small yet.
Yeah.
This year we'll probably get close to 10,000 barrels.
Yeah, because the perception is, I think, because you're everywhere, that you're kind of bigger than you are. That's really interesting. I thought maybe you'd be a lot bigger than that.
A lot of people, they show up and they're surprised at how small the brewery is. And, it's true. It's we make a specialty beer that's within the craft beer segment. And it kind of affords us the luxury of being able to distribute it all across the nation. And people that know about Belgian beer and Belgian-style beer, they know about us, and they can seek us out quite easily.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't find it ever. I had a guy, even from California here, say, I wish I could get that beer. I said, are you nuts? Go down to the Beverages and More. You have almost every single one of them normally. You had to go to, 2 stores to get
they
all
only
of them?
they only had 3 at the BevMo, so I had to go...
The liquor store for the other?
Right, where I knew they'd have all of them.
Yeah. I mean, but that's great that here we are on the other side of the country, and we can get all 5 of your beers out here. You have great distributorship to get the beer out there.
Yeah.
Do you send any beer back to Belgium at all?
Just to the tasting panel back there.
Okay.
Oh, do you hear from them? Like, do they call you and tell you what's wrong with your beer?
Oh, no, not at all.
They're like, Randy, we don't like what's happening here. The coriander is coming through too much.
Well, what's funny is the people at Duvel Market, they're a great bunch of people to work with. Even before I really got familiar with them, I really loved Duvel. It's one of my favorite beers.
It's a great beer.
Now that's who owns the brewery, right? Let's just clear that up for everybody. The company who runs Duvel also owns Ommegang.
Right, that's correct.
Okay.
And a shoe.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, they just bought it.
Oh, that's a new thing.
They just bought a shoe.
Yeah.
And they own 50% of this wonderful Czechoslovakian beer brewery called Bernard.
Okay.
They make bottle-conditioned Czechoslovakian lagers that are just incredibly fantastic. And I've seen those are starting to come into the U.S. right now. So
I've never even heard of bottle-conditioned Czech lagers. That sounds great.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. That's a hell of a family you guys belong to.
Oh, yeah, they're great people. And actually, speaking of, expanding our production, last year when our corking machine went down, we really took a hit for the amount of barrelage that we were going to do last year. And so we decided that we better start looking into contract brewing make up for the beer that we weren't able to brew ourselves.
Okay.
And so we actually went back to Duvel Morcat, or I call it the mothership. And we went back to the mothership and asked them to brew it and bottle condition it for us. And so starting last year, they did Ommegang Abbey, Three Philosophers, and Hennepin for us.
And how did it? Did you try yours and theirs side by side?
Oh yeah, definitely.
How'd it do?
You know, it was. I was very nervous about the whole thing because.
What if it was better?
That's what you were nervous about, right? Not that it would be worse.
Yeah, the worst thing was, what if it's really bad? But it was also, what if it's better? Am I going to have a job?
Yeah.
And,
you'll be going to Belgium.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So when the first shipments came over, we did a triangular testing here at the brewery where we, in a blind panel, we gave people 3 samples of beer, 2 of which were the same and 1 which was different.
Okay.
And they had to try to identify the different one. And we mixed up, up the serving order, and 50% of the people could not tell which one was different.
Really?
Exactly what you want.
Yeah, exactly. Now, could you notice though? Were you able to pick out some differences?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But it sounds kind of weird to say, but I probably drink more of our beer than anybody on the planet. So.
Oh well, hey, good for you.
Yeah. So I'm intimately familiar with the beer, so I can tell when I taste a different one.
Yeah, Paxton's intimately familiar with his beer too, but that's a whole other different reason.
He carries around the beaker.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, leave my conicals out of this.
You guys want to try another one of his beers? I got about maybe 25 minutes left with Randy here, so I want to make sure that we get some more tasting in and get to talk about some different ingredients. What should be next in the line?
Let's do the Rare Voss.
The Rare Voss, okay.
Yeah.
Actually, this is a good one, too. I like the Rare Voss.
This is a good show.
Yeah. Just because we get to drink these beers,
I know,
you mean?
it's awesome.
Now, I have a question. With your other Belgiums, do you use any liquid sugars to get color, flavor, to help attenuation?
Yeah, actually for Hennepin, Ommegang Abbey, and Three Philosophers, we use dextrose in the brew house. And we just use powdered corn sugar for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't find any differences between a liquid sugar versus just dextrose?
Well, early on we started using clear candy sugar.
Uh-huh.
And we weren't really happy with the quality of the candy sugar that we were getting. It came in buckets, and it was one big rock, and because of the moisture content, it was prone to mold. And we also had problems of dissolving it in the boil.
Yeah, just throw it in a whole bucket.
Yeah.
Of dissolving it where? Sorry? Oh, in the boil? Okay.
In the brewing kettle,
Yeah, it's always a hassle with rock candy.
Yeah.
I had to pull it out. I usually just melt it in a separate pot with hot wort and then put it back in.
Oh.
Forget about just throwing it in there and all the little rocks hit the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, Belgian candy sugar is really expensive for what it is. It's just,
totally.
It's beet sugar is all it is.
Yeah, it's sucrose with extra water content. And so we switched to sucrose shortly after that, and we noticed no flavor difference. And then from sucrose, we switched to corn sugar, which is actually just dextrose or glucose, and still there was no difference. I think if you're going to use like dark candy sugars that have some caramelized flavor with it, that will add complexity to your beer if that's what you want. But for the way we approach the beers, just using a simple sugar like dextrose is sufficient.
Do you put it in just in the boil? Do you put it in later in the ferment?
We put it in just in the boil. Yeah, about like halfway through the boil, we'll add the sugar.
Interesting.
So you don't add any post-boil? Any fermentables?
No, just after the beer is filtered, after lagering, when we're about to package it.
Yeah.
Then we'll add more sugar for the bottle conditioning.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
And it's the same sugar?
Yeah.
And do you use the same yeast to bottle condition as you do for fermentation?
Yeah, we use the same yeast for everything.
You do? Okay.
Is that a proprietary house strain?
Yeah, actually it is.
Can you send me a vial?
Yeah.
It's in every bottle you're drinking right now.
Yeah, you just culture it there. Doc, you got to culture us some Ommegang yeast, man.
Yeah, there you go.
So it's the same yeast you used to ferment then?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
And back in '97 when we started, we went to the yeast bank at the University of Leuven in Belgium, and we told them that we're making certain styles of beers and that we wanted a yeast that could ferment strong wort and produce the banana ester and also some slight phenolics, and they recommended this strain, so that's what we've been using since.
So they had that animal right for you.
Oh yeah.
That's how awesome
Very nice
is this
beer.
Rare Voss.
But just thinking that this is awesome.
Like, I'm trying to find something wrong with your beers, Randy, so I can fuck with you. I haven't found anything wrong yet. This Rare Voss is great, man.
Oh, good.
That's
This
a
is
very
actually
nice
my
finish.
favorite beer. It has a nice orange copper color to it.
Yeah.
And when you smell it, it has a kind of a appley aroma.
It does, yeah.
There's some grains of paradise in there, and we also use steering golding for aroma.
That was my next question.
And it's when you first taste it, you get a slight caramel flavor up front, but then the beer, when it finishes, is bone dry, and it's not a thick malty amber beer like you would expect, from like the West Coast or even the Midwest.
What does it finish out at?
The final gravity is, I think it's about 2.7 Plato.
Now tell me about that for a sec, because you had mentioned it while I was there on the tour about how Belgian beers are supposed to aid in digestion and they're supposed to be lighter and things like that. And you're talking about how this one tastes of caramel, but then it's kind of bone dry afterward. Can you just describe that for us a little bit?
Sure. One of the descriptions of Belgian beer. It's hard to pigeonhole it really because there's so many different styles in that small country. But really the difference is their approach to the beverage, and that is they view it as something that should accompany a meal and should be, it's not going to interfere with the meal.
Yeah.
So even though these beers tend to be on the strong side, they refer to them as being very digestible. That is, when you drink them, even though they're very effervescent, they don't make you feel bloated or they don't feel like a big dough ball in your stomach.
Yeah,
so
like Sully.
Sully's always got a dough ball in his. See, now I like that because it's a full and it's a classic. It's an old beer, and I love that. Like it kind of spits in the face of the tastes great, less filling. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because this truly tastes great and is less filling. Like if anybody deserves that slogan, it's a well-made Belgian beer.
Yeah, this thing is so dry.
It's
caramely up front and then just dries it out.
Yeah.
Now, Randy, do you feel that this is a byproduct of doing a step mash versus just a single infusion mash?
I'm sorry, what was that?
You're not getting it? Try again.
As far as using a step mash versus like a single temperature infusion mash, do you really find that really helps dry out the beers to give that extra complexity? You get a little bit more out of the grain.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a good question. We do all step mashing, and really our strategy is to make as much fermentable as possible and leave as little carbohydrates behind as possible. And different brewers do different things, even in Belgium. But for our strategy, we've always wanted to ferment it down as far as possible.
What's a standard mash schedule for you then?
Well, we do everything in the metric system, so we pretty much use
traders.
Actually,
how fast you
actually a lot simpler that way.
When I was in grade school, there was this thing about the metric system, and we thought everybody was going to be using it by now, and it just hasn't come around.
It's because we're stupid.
Okay, I got my
this is way stuff.
All right, he's going to convert it for us. I like that.
Okay, so we start out at 45 Celsius, which is 113.
Is that for your dough end?
Yeah. Then we take it up to 62 Celsius, which is 144. Then we take it up to 67, which is 153. Then, just to be on the safe side, we'll take it up to, what did we take it up to? I think 170 or 71, which is about 160, and then we'll mash off at 75, which is about 168.
Okay.
That's pretty labor intensive.
Yeah. And I've seen, like...
It works.
If you watch the video, he's telling us sort of about the production, too. And you guys are, while you've got one in the kettle, you're mashing another one.
Right, yeah.
So it's labor intensive all day long. They're really, going through it. How many batches a day did you say you guys will try to get through?
Well, what we do right now is we brew one style per week.
Okay.
And we'll brew 6 brew house batches. We'll start at 6 o'clock Monday morning and keep brewing until we're done. So we'll get that final brew cooled down pretty much, let's see, about Tuesday around midnight.
Wow.
That's why they have 4 brewers.
Yeah.
And a tasting room, by the way.
How many barrels do you brew at a time?
I'm sorry, what's that?
How many barrels do you brew at a time?
Oh, the brew house can yield about 60 hectoliters, or let's see,
the metric stuff again.
In barrels, that's about 51 barrels.
Oh, that's a lot. Okay, here's what I want to do. I want to taste some more beers, and I've got a bunch of listener questions in front of me for you, too. Because people want to know how we can translate some of your knowledge here into home brewing for us. So we're going to do that. Can I take a quick break? Hang in there with us, Randy. And when we come back, we'll try the other... What do we got? We got 3 more to try, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look for the Hennepin next.
Okay. And, hey, let me ask you this now. I'm going to ask you right off the bat so you can think about it and maybe work on it at the break if you're down with it. Because I know that the listeners are not going to let me off the hook if I don't ask you for a clone recipe.
A clone recipe?
Yeah, they want to brew it at home. Steph, are they already asking for it?
They've been asking.
Yeah.
Are
you?
It doesn't have to be now on the air, does it? You can.
No, you could send it to me afterward, but
I can rattle off something quite easy. That's no problem.
And I don't want to get you in trouble, but they're gonna call you a douchebag if you don't do it.
No pressure.
Just put that in itself.
Yeah. Stay tuned because I'll have a recipe for a saison.
Oh, sweet.
Okay.
That is awesome. You know what? I'm actually wanting to brew a saison too. Now it's getting warm around here, so that's great. All right, Sully, did you have something?
I had, Randy, this is Sean. I have a brewery out here in San Francisco called the 21st Amendment at 563 2nd Street. And, if there's any way you could give me a 12-barrel version of the 3 Philosophers, well,
so that you can do it also.
Help a brother out.
He'll call it 4 Philosophers, so it'll be a completely different beer.
Actually, I have a whole story about that beer after the break. So.
No, it's a short buzz. It's half a philosopher.
All right, hang in there with us, Randy. We're going to take a short break.
Okay.
All right, 888-401-BEER is the phone number. If any of you want to call in and ask Randy some questions yourself, you can do that. Of course, you can join Stephanie in the chat room because she's there taking your questions. And I got a bunch of them in front of me right now. If you're just tuning in, we're with Randy Thiel from Brewery Ommegang out of Cooperstown, New York. We're talking Belgian beer. So hang in there. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with more.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network. Did you know that you can not only order from More Beer online at morebeer.com and receive free shipping on most orders over $59, but you can also shop in person at their 2 retail locations located in Concord and Riverside, California. In fact, the Concord facility has grown to over 15,000 square feet to fit all the new products, expanded showroom, and new Knowledge Center classroom. And now, in conjunction with the Brewing Network, More Beer is making it easier than ever to keep up on what's happening. Download the More Beer monthly podcast by clicking podcast at morebeer.com. You'll learn about More Beer's history, sales and discounts on More Beer products, get to know team members, and hear ways to save you money. They're also launching a brand new website soon with more features and a better online shopping experience. So go to morebeer.com or call 800-600-0033. That's 800-600-0033.
The Brewcasters.
If you're just starting, don't be discouraged by all this stuff. It's so easy.
Just throw it together.
Put some sugar and some water and some yeast in there.
Yeah.
Network.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. If you're just tuning in, we're on the line with Randy Thiel from Ommegang Brewery. You can go to ommegang.com to check it out. We've also got them linked right off of our main page if you just want to click that, and you can find out more about their beers. Plus, we've got a video. It's a whole tour of the place, plus a great interview with Randy, who tells us all about himself and the brew process and the brewery. It's really a good deal. Just go to our video page right here on the Brewing Network. Coming up soon, we're going to be talking to Scott Kirkmans, who is one of the founders of Draft Magazine and also the new chief beer officer of the 4 Points Sheridan hotel chain, which is kind of a cool thing, and we're going to talk to him all about that. But in the meantime, we still got Randy on the line with us. You there, buddy?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, very good. And Randy promised us a saison recipe, so we'll make sure we get that out of him before the end. 888-401-BEER is our phone number if anybody wants to call in and ask questions themselves, or you can just join Stephanie in the chat room by clicking the Chat Now button, and she's passed on a lot of questions to me already. So let me start with those, Randy, to make sure we get through them.
Okay.
And some of them are just going to kind of bounce around from different topics. But we were talking about a yeast a little bit earlier, and you guys use all the same yeast for everything you do. Do you have a recommendation of what yeast homebrewers could use to kind of mimic the styles that you do?
Gosh, I'm not really familiar with what's available commercially.
Okay.
I did try somebody's beer just yesterday that they used. I think the Trappist ale strain from White Lab.
Yeah,
White Labs, okay.
580.
And,
I think 5.
Yeah, I think it was. I'm not sure which
530?
I'm not sure.
I think it's 550, maybe.
Yeah, 550.
Okay, it was very estery, but low phenolics.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was a good one?
Yeah. Pretty much, you can pretty much use any yeast that has a good ester profile. Throws off a lot of fruity aromas, and depending on the strain, it may have like banana aromas, or it may have apple aromas, or just a general fruitiness.
Okay.
But anything that has that characteristic is going to make an interesting beer.
Here's a good question for you with the yeast. Do you find that since you're using the same yeast for all of your beers, do you overpitch or underpitch, or is it just temperature variations with each brew to get a different flavor?
Well, for pitching into the primary fermentation, we definitely have a target for each of the beers, and you'll see a lot of breweries that use this. Essentially, they try to pitch 1 million cells per milliliter of wort per degree Plato of density. So, in general terms, like something like Ommegang Witta, which is our lightest beer, the starting gravity is about 11 Plato, so we're shooting for 11 million cells per milliliter of wort, and we'll verify all the pitching with a microscope cell count.
Okay. What do we got now? Are we drinking the Hennepin right here?
Mm-hmm.
Is the Hennepin tastes like it's the strongest one yet? Am I like it just?
Yeah, we're definitely going in increasing order of alcohol content.
Okay. Which I like, by the way, because by the end of the show,
he likes to increase his alcohol content.
By the time we get to our Draft Magazine interview, guys, we're going to be a mess.
Be lit.
I hope
so you print something.
Yeah. I hope that Scott has some beer lined up with him so he can catch up to us. All right, let me get some more listener questions to you also so we can get through those. And I know that Paxton's got some good questions for you, too.
He's chomping at the bit over there.
Yeah, you mentioned just a little bit the hops that you like to use in one of the beers we were talking about. And people want to know what are your favorite hops, both for bittering and aroma for these styles?
Definitely my favorites aroma hops are it's it's all over the map. I mean, we for the beers that we have right now, the 5 different brands that we make, we use either Czechoslovakian Saaz or Styrian Golding for all of those right now, which may sound a little, lackluster and unadventurous. But, the hopping is really not the key part of those beers. Usually it's the ester profile or the spices that we use, if we use spices in those beers.
Okay.
For some of the experimental beers that we've been working on, I like Cascade hops. I'm a big fan of Sierra Nevadas and Northwest beers in general. I like that kind of piney aroma. And I think actually Northwestern hops go very well with Belgian-style beers. If you have a beer with a very dry character, those piney, resiny types of hops, I think, offer a really unique combination. I tried a hop recently called Vanguard, and that was very interesting. It had a very fruity, flowery quality to it, and someone described it to me as a lime Jolly Rancher. And after it was described as such, I can't get that out of my brain. So it's a very interesting hop.
So you hate it now, or?
Oh no, actually I like it. Unlike when I used to eat mint chocolate chip ice cream until someone told me it tastes like toothpaste, and now I hate it.
No, you can't eat it.
I'm that way about liver.
For some reason I don't know if this is only a West Coast thing, I don't remember if it's big on the East Coast, but for some reason I picture Randy chasing the ice cream man down the street asking for Jolly Ranchers and mint chip ice cream. Strange.
That's your out loud voice, Justin.
Sorry. Okay, a couple more questions that came through from the chat room from our listeners. Here's one just about the Ommegang beers. Do you brew one of your beers, mix one of your beers with a creek?
Yeah, Three Philosophers. Yep.
And who does that creek for you guys?
Actually, the creek we've gotten from a couple of different sources. Originally, we were using one of Frank Boone's creeks, and then we switched to Lindemann's for a while. Which Lindemann's, if you drink those creeks side by side, Lindemann's is very sweet. Yep. But the way we use it in the brew house, so any of the fermentable sugars get fermented out. And for any of you beer geeks out there that knock Lindemann's, here's something fun that you can do. Just go buy a big bottle of Lindemann's Creek and add yeast to it and ferment out all the sugar. And they have one of the funkiest lambic bases as part of their creek. It's really quite enjoyable.
Dude, that's a pretty good idea.
That's a really good idea.
Just to re-ferment somebody else's beer. I just kind of like it because
this isn't dry enough.
Yeah. You guys don't know what you're doing.
I can fix that.
I like drier lambics anyway, so I made 5-gallon batches of Lindemann Creek that's fermented out.
That's an awesome idea.
So do you have a deal with these guys? I mean, are they okay with this?
With Lindemann's?
Yeah. Actually, we've gone back to Boone Creek, and Frank Boone is just wonderful to work with. I mean, he's a brewer through and through.
They're not the same people that make Boone Farm, are they?
No.
No, Justin. Well, I'm curious how do you get that beer, because you're probably using a lot of it, and I've never seen it in kegs out here of the Creek. Do you have a special deal with them, or how does that work?
Yeah, we have a special deal with them. The stuff we get, I should say, it's not the same as Boone Creek that you find in the bottle. It's a different version. Van Bergen de Wolf brings in Boone Creek, which is a great beer. But Frank does a lot of different blending at the brewery, so we're bringing in a different version in kegs. And actually, to bring it into the country, we had to give it a name. And we can't call it Boone Creek because that's what Van Bergen de Wolf brings in. So we actually called ours Ommegang Creek. Wow. And we've been getting a lot of phone calls lately because the government TTB site that okays label approval, they now post it on the internet. And some people, I guess, have been trolling the TTB website, seeing what new beers are coming out, and they've seen this Ommegang Creek, so we're getting lots of phone calls about that.
So your people have too much free time on their hands, is what they have.
Exactly. I can't imagine doing that.
Us beer geeks are sneaky, man. You can't keep any secrets anymore. We're looking around for everything that and then we feel like you should talk to us. So then we just start sending emails like you're going to tell us if there's some new thing coming out. Like we deserve that.
How do you get away with doing that with that beer, actually? Because I heard that you can't blend two different beers into one beer from another brewery. Is it because you have the Ommegang title that you're able to do that when you bring it in?
Oh, you mean as far as like governmental law?
Yeah.
No, actually, we've
hang up now.
We've filled out the statement of process for it, and the government had no qualms about us using that. But on the bottle, we couldn't say brewed in Cooperstown. We had to say brewed and blended in Cooperstown.
Okay, right. Yeah, you got to be specific. See, that's good though. I like you should have to be honest about every bit of it. I think that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a question that came through from the listeners, and it's about the spices that you use. How do we figure out, how much spice to use without kind of making a flavor bomb? For you guys, you're doing these big batches, and I know when I was there, you talked about sometimes you guys are only even doing handfuls or small buckets full yourselves in these giant batches. So how do we figure that out so that we don't do too much?
I guess, the cavalier side of me would say just by trial and error.
Sure.
But, it's...
Are there any general rules, that we could abide by?
Yeah, I used to have a chart, and I can't find it right now.
Okay.
For, all the spices that we'd use, I had a general range of concentration, like in parts per million or milligrams per liter of wort.
Okay.
That I felt would provide the flavor, but not create what you call a flavor bomb.
Yeah.
And I can't find it right now.
And that's if you happen to find it, just and you don't mind, email it to me because I can relay it back to people. That'd be because I think that amount compared to milliliters of wort would be awesome for us, there's even as a starting point, right?
There's no hard, fast rule because each year everything changes.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes a really good crop and knock you on your ass.
Yeah, I'm actually interested in that because you have as brewers, you're using you're adjusting for bitterness through basically alpha acids in the hops, and you're also looking at your raw materials as far as your malt's concerned. But an area that's kind of unusual is spicing, and so I'm curious as to what you do year by year to compensate for maybe differences in your orange peel, your Rains of Paradise, and anything else you use.
If we were extremely thorough, what we would do is every time we got a new shipment, and we would probably try to make a tea and evaluate it that way.
Yeah.
But we're not exceptionally thorough. So what we do is every time we do get a new shipment in, we just do a hand evaluation of it and make sure that the spice looks like it's been handled properly, that there's nothing like mold or musky odors to it or any foreign material in it.
Man, I haven't had a hand evaluation in 6 weeks.
Easy. But and that sort of begs the next question, which is, do you tolerate variance from year to year in terms of your beer, or from batch to batch? Are you blending? Are you doing anything to sort of keep things consistent aside from just on the brew house side and do the process?
Knock on wood, we haven't really had to blend any beers off. But we try to shoot for consistency, but we're not running our beers through high pressure liquid chromatography to analyze it down to the final molecule to make sure everything's in spec. Really our best form of quality control is to have a well-educated sensory panel, and every beer that goes through the brewery is being tasted as it goes through, and it doesn't leave our loading dock until it's actually been approved by the tasting panel. And we have some really good people on our tasting panel, and they're intimately familiar with each of these beers, and they're really well attuned to any changes that are going on. So if we did start to notice that maybe one spice was starting to come across too strong, or other certain flavors are creeping in, or other flavors are missing, we can make some pretty good judgment calls on what to do to fix that.
Now, I'm curious because when Justin was back there, he's in the radio industry here, and I was curious if you asked him to be on the tasting panel, Justin. Is it probably a new job?
He didn't ask.
We would have if it would have been.
ask him?
Actually, Justin was there on a weekend, so nobody else from our tasting panel
Randy,
was there.
that's
He really likes the grains of paradise.
I like you, Randy. He's good at this game. Because I wanted to say, fuck that. Never ask him to taste. No, that's not true. Randy thought I was a real professional and other stuff.
And walk right in and say, hi, Randy, where's the beer?
Yeah, pretty much. Actually,
You make
Randy,
beer here?
Randy was good to us. He gave us a couple good bottles that we thoroughly enjoyed that night. Or on the way home.
I stay in the cab on the way home.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what it was exactly.
So what are we drinking now?
We're drinking the Ommegang.
The Abbey.
Okay.
I got to catch up to you guys. Hold on.
All right. And let me, while you're doing that, because I've got two main things that I want to make sure we cover, and we're really running out of time here. One is Sean Paxton and I were talking at the break there about how you kind of came from English ales and moved on to these Belgians.
What kind of things did you learn as far as to go from the English bitters and milds all the way up to doing the Belgians? I mean, it's a pretty radical difference in brewing styles and techniques, and especially also at the commercial level. But after going through school, what kind of things have you learned that maybe you could help us home brewers, as far as making that transition from whether it's IPAs or American British styles to
we need tips.
What you learned in Belgium?
As far as brewing techniques go, it's the
top 5.
The brewing techniques that we use here are pretty much what I learned at UC Davis.
Okay.
But the differences being I use the metric system here, and
that changes the quality of the beer.
Yeah, actually, it makes it better. Yeah. And, but
Is that
also
like the witness factor, Sean?
Also, just thinking about the flavor of the beer and trying to find that proper balance that reflects the style that you're trying to make. Beyond that, it's really not that different if you're brewing a German beer or a British beer or an American beer or a Belgian beer. They're all relatively the same.
Okay. See?
So do you think it really comes down to just the different ingredients? Understanding those ingredients more?
Yeah, I think that's
Cara Munich versus Maris Otter, or
Yeah, when you have cuisine from America or cuisine from Belgium, you can be using a lot of the same ingredients.
Yeah,
but
base
it's
ingredients.
the way that you use them, or in the ratios, or how you prepare them that makes the difference.
All right. So last two things I want to cover, and I think we're really going to have to do maybe another interview with you sometime, Randy, because I got more questions. Yeah,
I got a million questions right now.
Yeah, we got to get to next interview.
Sean will fly you out. He's got a private plane.
All right.
We got a guy with a DC-10. He's in the Air Force and all, but you could hang in the back of that thing, I'm sure. Maybe we'll have him.
How much beer can you put in that thing?
A lot. We might put a fermenter in there. Okay. So I have one question for you that we'll end with, but I want to get back to, you mentioned that we could expect something new from Ommegang here maybe this year or next year.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
I wasn't going to let that die.
Yeah, what are we talking about there?
Okay, actually this July, at our annual festival, which is called Belgium Comes to Cooperstown, which is on July 21st this year, we're going to be releasing a new beer called Ommegang.
Ommegang.
Yeah, and this beer is, it's a big blonde beer. It's about 8% alcohol, and we're going to dry hop it with a Czechoslovakian Saz, and then for the bottle conditioning phase, we're going to be dosing in a small amount of Brettanomyces yeast.
Yes.
So,
now you're talking.
That's crazy talk.
That's crazy talk, yeah. And probably we expect over the course of about 6 months that this beer is going to start evolving and producing some of those Brettanomyces flavors and get a little funkier and funkier with time. So we actually call this beer Ommegang, the Funk House Saison.
If I promise you, some free plugging of when that beer comes out, can you send us some and we'll talk about it with you on the air before you release it?
Oh, I think we can do that, yeah.
That'd be odd. How cool would it be to taste that first? That'd be great.
How many different strains of Brett did you use?
We only experimented with Brettanomyces bruxellensis.
Okay.
The other ones were actually threw up a little too much acetic acid.
Yeah.
And made it kind of vinegary. So
the anomalous and the Glycinii.
What's that?
The anomalous and the Glycinii.
Was that English?
Yeah.
No, actually, no, it's Latin.
What language are you
Actually,
speaking?
it was Latin.
No.
Two other versions of
the Brettanomyces.
Got the big brain on Paxton.
I know. What's up with that? I mean,
well, I've been actually playing a lot with 100% fermented Brett beers, so there's no yeast. It's all bacteria, and it's actually kind of fun.
Listen, I do a good enough job making myself look stupid. I don't need you in here asking these kinds of questions.
Come brew with me, Justin. Come on.
Though, that Brettanomyces is actually a yeast. It's not a bacteria.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it is. It's a different kind of yeast.
Oh, who's stupid now?
Hey, look at you, Mr. Deep Thinker here.
I was going to let that slide.
I'll keep my pet.
Oh, did you know too, Doc?
Oh, yeah.
Of course, Doc knew.
Well, of course, Doc knows everything.
He was going to.
I'm not going to point that out, but hey, we're going to let Randy.
Hey, Randy, you can point anything out you want, man. That's awesome.
I stand corrected.
Okay.
So I got one quick question.
Sully's got one for you, and I got another one for you, too.
We're drinking the Three Philosophers, and we do this thing at the 21st Amendment at 563 2nd Street about called Strong Beer Month in February, and we do it with another brewery. And I brew all the beers are over 8.5% alcohol, and we brewed. And the impetus for one of the beers was called Blind Lust. Was your Three Philosophers, and I was curious, like what. I couldn't find the Creek, so I ended up using the Frambois from Lindemans. But I'm kind of curious about this beer, so I'd kind of like to hear from the horse's mouth here, yourself. Like, how is this beer constructed?
Well, aside from the Creek that we add into the brew house, essentially what we're trying to do is create a wort that is about 20 degrees Plato strong. And we use sugar in the brewing process too. So the sugar is probably about 20% of the extract, and then we use a blend of high roasted malts and caramel malts to give the color. And the hopping is very low on this, like it is for a lot of Belgian style beers. Probably only about 20 IBUs. But the Creek we're dosing in, so the Creek is probably only about 4% of the final volume.
I thought it would have been more, but
it's just enough to give a slight hint of sour cherry flavor into the beer.
So it's only about 4%. That's good to know, because we added about 6 gallons of the Frambois and about 300 gallons of finished beer. But where are you adding it?
In the brew kettle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, you guys do all the good stuff right there in the kettle.
Yeah, actually, we tried using it in our bright beer tank, and we almost had a mutiny on our hands because it was such a logistical nightmare for the brewers to work with.
Yeah, he's on that ladder and pour all those bottles in there. It's a bitch.
Hey, you're the brewmaster. F those guys. They're lackeys.
Get the whip out, man.
They do what you say.
I got to take good care of those guys.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'd be in there working.
This is a great beer.
Exactly.
Wow. See, I'm just trying to get used to this having Chad around as the producer right now, where you can just do it.
Make it happen.
Well, all your beers are very, very nice.
Yeah, these are awesome. We're drinking the Ommegang Abbey. Can you describe that?
No, we're on the
us?
Three Philosophers now.
Well, I think though that Randy's still got the Abbey with him, right?
Because we didn't tell him we changed.
Because we didn't switch. And I'm still drinking the Abbey anyway. So describe that one for us, if you would.
Okay, the Abbey was actually modeled after if you compare it to an Abbey Double, it's actually a bit stronger, and it's certainly spicier than a regular Abbey Double.
Okay.
So that's because it was modeled after a Christmas version or a Noel version of an Abbey Double. And so it's actually our spiciest beer. We use star anise, licorice root, coriander, sweet orange peel, and cumin in this beer. And so it's very complex, almost like a mulled wine that's very spicy.
But you guys are really you really hold back on those things. Even I'm just thinking of those spices in cooking, because I've used them, like cumin, you use a lot in like chilies and different things like that. That's a hard spice to use in cooking too. Yeah. Right, yeah. Sean? You know what I'm talking about, because it's really a strong one. So I'm just thinking, because I don't...
Balance.
Yeah, nothing is unbalanced in this beer, so...
It's wonderful.
What a good job.
Thanks.
And, okay, now we've got the Three Philosophers here. I know you probably didn't crack that yet, but could you give us a description of that? You've had it before, I'm sure.
Let me see. Oh, yeah, this beer. Okay.
This one.
This beer is it's definitely our sweetest beer. It has a higher finishing gravity, about 4 degrees Plato.
Yeah.
And
it's still not all that dry. It's still not all that sweet.
No.
Right. Yeah. And the choices of the malts that we use and the creek together kind of give it this dessert quality, like chocolate and cherries.
Are you using like Caribbean in this?
We use let's see, what do we use? We use a 20 level bound caramel malt.
Okay.
And we use 20 level bound amber malt, and I think we use a little bit of a it's this special aroma malt that's put out by Bruce Malting out of Chilton, Wisconsin. It's called Extra Special Malt. And it's like a highly kilned caramel malt.
We get that, right, Doc?
Yep. It adds like a nice toffee flavor to the beer.
I don't know if it's from them, but we get an extra special malt at the
special
homebrew shops,
B.
right? Special, it's like a special B, something like that. This is my favorite Ommegang right here. This one.
So, are you using? Is there grains of paradise in the Three Philosophers?
No, there's actually no spicing.
Wow, it's kind of peppery.
Just the creek for the flavor and the yeast, of course.
Is this fermented at a lower temperature?
No, it's actually fermented at the same temperature, about 78 Fahrenheit.
Man.
And you just mentioned a bunch of malts. Are you using mostly domestic malts, or are you using international malts?
Well, we used to use all Belgian malts, but that was back when Belgium had the Belgian franc and the American dollar was beating up on it.
Exactly.
So we got these really cheap, and but now the euro is kicking our ass. So we're using domestic base malts, but we still use some Belgian specialty malts.
I remember seeing, I was up in the grain room there, tons of bags of Belgian malts there. Lots of product of Belgium all over that place up there, so some specialty stuff you got going on. All right, last thing, you got to give me that Saison recipe if you got it.
Okay.
Can you do
your
that?
pens out.
All right,
Okay,
everybody
so
get your pens, and this
Actually
is
got one more.
a recipe for a Saison. I will let Paxton, if it doesn't take 10 minutes for
It
you to
won't take
ask
10
the
minutes.
question, then
What beer
wait till after the Saison recipe. Let me get ready for that, and then we'll do
Okay,
that.
this is going to be called Brewing Network Saison.
Nice.
And
Love
so
you.
everybody out there, try to make this beer and send Justin a bottle of it to try.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is going to be a bit of a stronger Saison. It's going to be about 8% alcohol.
We expect nothing less from you.
Yes.
And the
Thank you
starting
in advance.
gravity, let's see, I'm not going to give like weights for the grains, but I'll just give like percentages. But shoot for a starting gravity of about 16 Plato and a final gravity of about 2.5 Plato.
Okay.
And for the malts, use for the extract, it's going to be about 10% of the extract is going to be derived from wheat malt. 70% of the extract is going to be derived from either a Pilsner or a pale malt. And then 20% of the extract is going to be derived from pure sugar, either sucrose or corn sugar.
Okay.
And
Works.
for bitterness, probably use any one of the noble hops, but shoot for about 25 IBUs. And again, for the aroma, use one of the noble hops, but shoot for a very low or mild aroma in the finish. And let's add some spices to this beer.
Yes.
Let's use coriander, curacao orange peel, and powdered ginger. And your mileage may vary, but what I'd recommend for the coriander, shoot for 200 milligrams per liter of wort.
Okay.
For the curacao orange peel, also use about 200 milligrams per liter of wort. And for the powdered ginger, which I find that powdered ginger works a lot better than ginger root. Powdered ginger is a lot more consistent. For powdered ginger, only use about 25 milligrams per liter.
Are we going to grind up the coriander or put it in whole?
The coriander, you should crack it open.
Okay.
Either put it in a grinder or just like crush it in your hands.
Okay.
and then use some kind of funky Belgian strain of yeast. You can like culture it from any of our bottles.
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
Just something anything that has a nice estery quality to it,
Yeast.
and then try to ferment it warm, like at least 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Have a nice healthy yeast starter, and if everything goes well, your fermentation should be done within 5 days.
5 days, man. That's not. Paxton, you want to brew that or what?
Sure.
Let's do it, huh?
Come on down.
I like how he said use a starter. Told everybody make sure you got a nice big healthy yeast starter. That's a good man right there.
Hey, bring it around with you everywhere.
Okay. don't leave it at home.
It's that walk-in starter.
You never know what could happen to it.
I just had one question. In your cellar, like, what is like one beer that you always go back to? Doesn't have to necessarily be one that you brew.
Coors Light.
That'd be great.
I will say there's always Budweiser in my fridge. I'm a big fan of Budweiser.
Look at this guy. If you watch the video, you'll hear that about him too. He says there's a place for every beer.
I totally 100% agree with you, actually, Randy.
Yeah. So actually, the things that are always in my fridge, of course, the beers I make, Budweiser, Sam Adams, Boston Lager.
Okay.
Rodenbach, Duvel, and then any number of beers that I've come across. Yeah.
See, I will say that if the guy who makes Ommegang doesn't mind putting a Sam Adams and some of these things that we consider kind of, regulars and standards, Budweiser, of course, in his fridge.
Beer.
Man, that says something right there. Like, he's a brewer who just has respect, I think, for brewers. I mean, it really sounds like you like what people do.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I tell you, actually, I was taken aback a second when we did the video, and you'll see it right on there. One of the first things he says on there is he's like, I am not prejudiced against any beer. I think it all has their place, and I knew exactly what you're talking about. I mean, you weren't beating around the bush there. But I was a little taken aback. I thought that Mr. Belgian over there might be a little different, but you're not.
Is Augie listening?
This is Augie.
It's Augie's nephew. What are you talking about?
Yeah. You're not friends with Augie, are you?
No. Not getting any kickbacks here.
Fair enough. I'll tell you, we rib Sean a lot for his Coors Light, but I have to say, I respect anybody.
Thank you. It's all full circle now.
They'll all stand up and say what they
great
like.
brewer from Ommegang is...
Can we still rib JP for his PBR?
Yes, that's reasonable.
Yeah, that's different.
And in fact, when we hang up on Randy, we'll make fun of him for his Budweiser too.
Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, so it's Ommegang.com, and it's Brewery Ommegang. The beers that they make are absolutely just fantastic beers. I've liked them for a long time, ever since I got into the Belgians. This Three Philosophers, man, blows me away every time. It's good beer.
Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you.
That's been awesome. Check out the video right there on our page. Steph, do we need anything else from the chat room there?
Just a last quick question. How long do you age it for?
Which one?
The recipe he just gave.
The saison.
Yeah.
Do we have to age that for a while?
You don't necessarily have to age it.
If you use too much ginger, you will have to age it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get rid of that. Yeah.
Good point. This beer should be, it should be enjoyable, fresh, but I think it has enough legs to it where you could probably age it for up to 2 years and it'd still be fine.
Okay. 2 years.
Okay. It'll be different beer, but it'll still be it'll be a different beer, nice all the way.
I won't be aging it for 2 years, Doc.
You don't age anything for 2 years. You don't age anything for 2 weeks.
What kind of filter do you recommend?
Paxton's not going to let him go.
I'm sorry, what was that?
What kind of filter?
What kind of filter?
We don't have to filter the homebrew,
carpet
do we?
Filter?
Are you talking about for water?
No, for you. For, the carpet filter.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's all right. Don't worry, Randy. I didn't get it either.
Justin likes to filter his porter with carpet.
So, Randy, when can we see you on the West Coast, actually, real quick? You ever get out here?
There are a lot of requests for the anniversary show.
Oh, they want you to come to the anniversary.
They do.
Well,
they would love for you to come.
I think the next time I'm going to the West Coast will probably be April of next year. I'll be in San Diego.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
So not June 3rd of this year?
No. Actually, June 3rd of this year, I'll be celebrating because I'm turning 40 this year.
Oh, man.
That's not so bad.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
And you're going to have... Are you having one of those big over-the-hill bashes that people who turn 40 have?
No, I'm pretty low-key. I'm probably just going to take it easy and have a nice meal and
a Budweiser.
6-pack of Bud.
And a Budweiser, yeah.
24-pack.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Randy, thanks for the time. And I really appreciate not only the time you spent here with us today, but letting us shoot the video out there, too. It was very cool of you.
No problem.
All right. Brewery Ommegang. You can go to ommegang.com. We'll catch up to you soon. We hope to have you back, Randy.
All right. Take care, guys.
All right. Cheers.
Bye.
There you have it, the great Randy Thiel from Brewery Ommegang. And if you haven't had their beers, go look around for them because they are pretty widely distributed. Not everybody has a Bevmo, but if you go to a good liquor store and they don't have it, just ask the guy who buys the beer there. Ask the owner, and they can probably get it. They got distributors, going everywhere, so you'll be able to.
It comes in these big bottles that will hammer you.
How we doing over there, Doc?
Pretty good.
Are you guys going to post that recipe? Because a lot of people in the chat room couldn't write it down.
I'll tell you what.
What are you talking about? They couldn't write it down. What's over there?
That's what they say. I couldn't write it down.
I could not write it down.
Please post it.
Yes.
That's all they keep saying.
Okay, somebody wrote it down, so somebody else posted. Because I didn't write it down either.
And somebody convert it.
And me and Paxton are going to need it.
I'm not sure if anybody wrote it down in the chat room.
Somebody wrote it.
You know what? There'll be people like podcasting that'll do the same thing.
Yes. All right, quick break. When we come back, we're going to be talking to Scott Kirkmans of Draft Magazine, and a lot of interesting stuff with this guy. You guys are going to be surprised. He's a good dude and a fascinating fellow. So hang on. It's the Brewing Network. We're back in action, and we'll be right back with Scott Kirkmans of Draft Magazine.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
This summer, an Imperial Caliber event will change the face of live beer radio forever. If you attend one beer event this year, make it the GABF. But if you attend two, it better be the Brewing Network Anniversary Party, baby. The Brewing Network Anniversary Party at the Bistro in Hayward, California, USA, planet Earth. Great beer, great surprises, great Scott.
Augustina Barin.
Visit thebrewingnetwork.com for more details.
Done. Go grab a shower. Let's hit the pub. It's happy hour. If we get bombed, who gives a damn? I'm not as drunk as you think I am. Those chicks right there don't look too good, but 3 more beers, I guess I would. It's either them or my right hand. I'm not as think as you drunk I am. So buy another round. We'll sit right here and drink them down. Get everyone another beer. You'll have to kick us out of here. Say, are you girls waiting on your friends? What did you say? You're lesbians. Bartender, cancel those 2 drinks. I'm not as in as drunk, I think. This beer is moving like a train. I think my lizard needs a drain. But first I'll have a double shot. I'm drunk, you think, as you am is not. So buy another round. We'll sit right here and drink them down. Get everyone another beer. You'll have to kick us out of here. This bathroom's nice, as it can be. It's got 4 walls, I've puked on 3. Oops, here comes more. I'll use the sink. I'm not as drunk as you am, I dink. I put that bouncer right in his place. I smacked his elbow with my face. He's lucky that it's closing time. Drunk am is not as you think you I'm. So buy another round. We'll sit right here and drink them down. Get everyone another beer. You'll have to kick us out of
Hey BNers, Brewcaster Jay here with a new feature on our show, the Competition and Events Calendar. We'll keep you up to date as best we can here on entry deadlines and upcoming events so that you don't miss out. Of course, we can't cover the entire world of events, so we'll refer you to other resources for more comprehensive lists. Also, you can send competition and event information to Justin at thebrewingnetwork.com, and we'll do our best to include it here. First on the list is the 20th Annual Southern California Regional Homebrew Championship held on June 24th. The Brewing Network supported this competition last year, and we had a great showing, taking home several medals as the BN Army. Let's show them what we've got again this year. Entry deadline is June 16th, and you can go to hopheads.com for drop-off points and entry information. This is a BJCP certified competition. Coming up Saturday, June 2nd, there's an AHA membership rally at Firestone Walker Brewery in Paso Robles, California. You can sample Firestone beers for free with 8 different beers on tap and a special release as well. There's also prizes, live music, complimentary food paired with beer, and brewery tours. AHA membership at the event is $33. For more information on this event and other membership rallies around the U.S., go to beertown.org and click on the Events tab. And speaking of the American Homebrewers Association, the National Homebrewers Conference is just around the corner, June 21st through the 23rd. This is the largest event in homebrewing, and this year it'll be held centrally in Denver, Colorado. Many of the brewcasters will be there, and you should be too. They're expecting more than 800 homebrewers to gather for one of their biggest conferences ever. For ticket prices and package information, go to beertown.org and click on the conference icon. The Brewing Network competition and event calendar is brought to you today by Fermentap. Better beer through innovation. Visit them to view products and details at fermentap.com. I'm Brewcaster Jay, and we'll see you next week with another update right here on the Brewing Network.
What's funny is brewers just say, yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer. And it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
the ass out of Brewcast.
This is the Brewing Network.
Man, all right.
Wow. So you're really keeping the ass out of Brewcast?
Well, we're trying anyway. We keep the ass hat in it, but we keep the ass out of it, man. Let me tell you, there's a lot of asses in brewcasting, and we're not one of them, Doc.
Oh, good. Just want to make that clear.
Yeah. All right. Great interview with Randy Thiel from Brewery Ommegang. We appreciate him spending the time with us. Our phone number is 888-401-BEER if you guys want to call up and ask any questions yourselves, because right now we're about to speak to Scott Kirkmans of the almost brand new Draft Magazine, which is really kind of exciting. I don't know if you guys have seen the mag. You can go to draftmag.com and check it out if you haven't. And I kind of figured that a lot of you would want to know about what the deal is with it, because they're new on the scene.
Yeah, the word's getting out there at the Craft Brews Conference. I saw him around, and
he's a good dude.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
I met him. Let's see if he's on here. Hey, Scott, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's happening, my brother?
How's it going, guys?
We're talking you up already.
Yeah, we were just going to talk you up. So I met Scott, I'm out at the Craft Brewers Conference. I'm telling you guys, I meant it when I said I got to meet a lot of people, and it was really good for the network. It was about, 11, 12 at night. Me and Scott were both shit-faced. In fact, when we finally connected, 2 weeks after the conference, when I called him for this, we were both like, I think I met you. And he's like, yeah, I think so, too.
Spent 4 hours
a little
together.
Fuzzy.
Right? So he agreed to it, and then he was like, did I say I'd be on that show?
Who were you again?
It was but that was a good time. Where were we? What's that place that Sully wouldn't leave?
The Ginger Man.
Yes. Thank you. That's what it was. The Ginger. A good beer there, though.
Yes.
Oh, great selection.
And that was awesome. So I met Scott there. I met somebody else from Draft Magazine there.
Somebody else.
And, I think I've had a good, 7 You know what it was? It was the first time in a long time I went to take a leak, and I looked at myself in the mirror. And you know when you look at yourself and you've had too much to drink, and you go, oh, shit. You're starting to get dizzy. You gotta settle down.
Your face is kind of yellow and green. And
yeah. I took a seat for a little while.
Don't look in the mirror.
Yeah, I know. And then I came out, and then I was fine. And then, me and Scott probably made some big deal together, we were going to be millionaires, and we both forgot all about it. So, hey.
Lost in the moment.
Anyway, enough of me. Thanks for doing the show, Scott. Appreciate it.
Oh, happy to be here, and I'm glad we were at least able to get this set up so we can at least talk over the airwaves a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also, I did all this restructuring since we've been gone, and I've been getting a lot more organized because, sometimes our guests are like, yeah, I'll be there, and then they end up on a boat somewhere and they don't do the show. Well, I lost Scott's number. I had to have producer Chad track him down, and he did a good job. Good job, producer Chad.
On the case.
Track the brother down. All right. So I want to talk about a couple of things with you, and I think the listeners are going to want to know some stuff, too. 888-401-BEER, or join Stephanie in the chat room, and she'll take your questions. I want to know about you, because you're a young guy, but I was kind of looking over your resume, and you got a lot to do with beer. And so I want to start with that, if that's okay.
Yeah, happy to. I've been in the industry basically since I turned 21.
Really? Good man.
Yeah, I got a home brewing kit from my brother around that time, and started doing a little home brewing, and just a couple short months later, got hired on at a local brew pub in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Okay. He probably started when he was 18. He just doesn't want to say that, right?
Not drinking.
Come clean. Come on, come clean.
You remember, Justin, is that I had my first beer at age 21.
Yeah, me too. So you actually were a brewer for a period of time then?
Right, so I actually brewed beer at that small brew pub in Albuquerque. It's called Kelly's Brew Pub. I brewed there for about 3 years. After 6 months on the job, I got moved up to head brewer. So I did that for about 2.5 years, and then moved my way up to Alaska, and actually brewed beer there at Alaskan Brewing Company.
No kidding.
Brewed there for over another year.
I heard that there's no chicks in Alaska.
Yeah, they are. They look like dudes.
The pickings are slim, we'll say that.
All right, fair enough.
Go on. Flannel? It's good.
And porn.
They don't wear bikinis too often when the summertime high is about 86.
Yeah, I guess no kidding. All right, wow, so I didn't know you brewed there. I didn't see that on the resume.
Yeah, so I did that
it's Chad's fault.
For 4.5 years, something like that, and really enjoyed it, loved it, but decided that,
no chicks.
As any home brewer knows, brewing beer is largely a glorified janitor. You're doing so much sanitation and cleanliness that I decided to try to go a different path. And so I actually moved down to Phoenix and sold beer as a beer distributor here in where I live now in Phoenix.
Okay.
And, I sold several different varieties, and then did that for 6 months until Draft was starting up, and came on board with Draft over a year ago now.
Now, are you one of the founders of Draft? Because you're listed as the beer director, and you're going to have to explain to me what that means. But
it's the BFD.
But you're one of the guys who started it, too.
Yeah, well, basically what happened was there was one person initially that had the idea, and that's our publisher, Austin Wilson, who I think he might have been the other guy that you met as a Ginger Man.
I think I did meet him.
Good answer.
So he
said me.
He's a corporate lawyer. He's fairly young too. None of us are 50, 60 years old. We're all
like Sully, like I am.
Yeah.
Sully's not 50 or 60. He just looks it.
No, but he thought there has to be a beer magazine out there. It's a great idea, but I'm sure it's done. And what he had envisioned wasn't really out there yet. And so he got his friend Erica, who's our editor-in-chief, on board, and she has a lot of magazine experience. And so got her on board, and then I came on board right after that. They needed someone to handle the beer content and make sure that they were putting out something credible, and so that they brought me on board.
Okay.
Something had to do with beer.
Something had to do. Well, now I'm glad that you're talking about how the staff is kind of young and stuff, because I'm gonna.
He wants a young intern.
Yeah, because I'm wondering if they're kind of hot too. No, here's what I'm gonna say, and I don't think I'm by any means. I am definitely not the only one who made this observation, but I'm probably the only one that's gonna say it over the air because some people are gonna think I'm a dick for saying this, but I'm all right with that. The first time I saw Draft Magazine was at the Great American Beer Festival.
Our premiere issue.
That was so you had just put it out, and you guys were giving them away, and you had some good-looking people around giving them away, by the way. I was gonna say that right now.
Hot chicks.
Good work on that. F you, Doc. But I looked at the magazine, and Scott, I'm going to tell you, I didn't read through the magazine for a good month after that. I'm gonna go ahead and say right now. But the first thing I did was kind of thumb through it and look at the format. And I thought the first thing I thought was, this is fantastic, and it's absolutely what the industry needs, because a lot of the people who are in charge of the beer industry right now, I'm going to try to say this as nice as I can because I don't mean anything against them, but they've been doing this for a long time, I guess is the nicest way to say it.
And it angers you.
And not at all. Actually, I think they've been doing a fantastic job. But I think just like anything else, there's going to have to be a new generation of people who end up taking over those roles and getting new people excited about beer and new people excited about home brewing and craft brewing. You see what I'm getting at here? And I think it takes a younger perspective to get at those people who in 10 years are going to end up, being the core of this industry, maybe 20 years, whatever it's going to be. So the first thing I thought when I saw Draft was, this is fantastic because they're taking sort of the Maxim edge. They're really going for, I'm sorry if you hate that parallel, but I just really liked that it had a young feel to it. And you could tell it was being produced by different people than are producing everything else that is out in beer right now. And that is the happiest thing that I was about Draft Magazine. So.
Well, yeah, and that's it's great for us to hear that you felt that there was a difference, and every other publication that's out there certainly has its place. I mean,
yes,
there are some quality publications that are there that are giving groups of people the information that they want to receive. Hopefully, we're trying to reach a new segment of people that haven't necessarily heard about craft beer. Maybe they never heard the name craft beer. They might remember microbreweries from the late 90s or something along those lines. Maybe they've had a real common pale ale or something.
Or
like that.
Sam Adams, maybe.
And they want to see what else is out there. They want to find out. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Is there anything better?
Well, and you're showing that other people are actually drinking these things too, and it's kind of cool to drink these.
It's a club
beers. Yeah.
Now, I'm glad you're saying it that way because and this, I don't consider this a criticism of the magazine. I consider it just an observation. I'm a beer geek, so I read the other publications, and your magazine is not a beer geek magazine. It's not as in-depth. It's not as scientific. It's it's a little more, like you say, for people who, hey, I had a microbrew once. Let's find out a little more about it. And that's really kind of what I felt when I read through the mag.
Is it a Hey, What's Out There magazine?
It does. I mean, I think so. I think it gives people some insight as to maybe something they haven't heard about. Even beer geeks, I think, can get something out of it. You're right. I mean, we're not going to talk about the different salts that are added to water to reproduce burden on Trent.
No, we're beer geeks. Any information about beer is good.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say, because I read it, by the way.
And we will, too.
And we bring everything back to beer. Nearly every single article in the issue, in any issue, comes back to beer on some level. And you know what? Maybe it comes back to a light American lager sometimes. Maybe it comes back to a really quality beer that just started being imported. Maybe, it's something you never heard of, but what we're really trying to do is just give the people some fun, interesting information.
Yeah.
Not necessarily scientific, not trade publication sort of information, but really more, fun and still informative way.
Well, there's like craft beer in cans.
Yeah.
What's that?
And what's the address,
Where
Sean
would you get
O'Sullivan?
that?
Jesus. Sean's like plug man today.
I was.
You're listening to Sean O'Sullivan from the 21st Amendment. He's the guy over there. Hey, can you guys get a cat from that tattoo show on the cover? I
don't even know I don't even know who this is that you're talking about.
Oh, dude, you got to check this. Miami Ink.
Oh,
Thank you.
I've never actually seen the show. I've only seen the commercials or whatever.
Well, here's the thing. Kat is smoking, and she's kind of she's just cool. She's all full of tattoos, and she just got kicked off the show, so I'm sure she's looking for work.
Why would she get kicked
And I'm going to tell you right now, if you put her on the cover of that magazine,
still left the cat.
Dude, you are going to sell some magazines.
Put a glass of beer in her hand.
You take my advice.
I'll look into it for you, bud.
Yeah, Scott, this is just grin and nod. That's what I do.
No. This is I'm being
She
dead.
can do like Papazian, like tattoos on people.
I'm not above looking her up on the online and seeing it, if she's cute.
If you got a computer in front of you, go ahead. You punch in Kat right there from Miami Ink. You're going to find her. And I'm being dead serious here. You are going to sell some magazines. Because, look at, here's the thing with their magazine is that they don't just have all, beer people on the cover. Like, Charlie is a big contributor to the magazine, which is fantastic. And you got a lot of other beer guys. But, I got an issue here with Leslie Nielsen on the front. And I picked up the magazine because I'm a huge Leslie Nielsen fan because he does stupid humor. I don't know why I like that. But that's why I got the magazine.
It's funny to you.
And they do that kind of stuff, which is what I think is cool. And then they talk to him about beer. To me, I like that. Like, that's a new angle in beer for me,
Well, I like the educational part of the magazine. Like people go up to a beer bar and there's beers that they don't even recognize.
Yeah.
They won't even order it because they don't know what the hell it is.
Yeah.
If they've read it in your magazine and your magazine's got other things that make them read your magazine, I read that in there.
Yeah.
I'm going to try that. It's good for everybody.
Yeah. Go ahead, Scott. Sorry. Doc's been drinking Ommegang.
Well, speaking to the beer geeks that are listening, I think that maybe it's going to make their life a little bit easier. Give the magazine to your buddies that really don't believe you that this particular double IPA is so great, or something to that effect, and they can be backed up a little bit, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, tell me what a beer director does.
It's a lot of fun and a lot of great things, and it's also a lot of reading and writing. So basically, I head up the beer department, which means I lead the review sessions. I guess to start off with the best of the world.
Yeah.
I'll lead the entire review session, and I'm the GABF judge and those sort of things, and so I'll walk everyone through the review session so we can agree on a score to give the beer and write down tasting notes. And then when the review session's done, we have 32 beers in every issue that get reviewed.
Oh, wow.
And for those, we do more than that, obviously, but 32 make the magazine. And when those get done, then I write them all up. I write up the descriptions with all the notes that we took, and then put the score down. So I do all that writing.
Okay.
I write the beer and food and that sort of writing, and then any article that's written at all, I read over before it gets put to print, and just check it, making sure ale's not getting called a lager, and those sort of just editing for content.
Sort of beer accuracy is kind of...
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I like to know that somebody's doing that, because if you look at, popular print that isn't in the beer category, and I'm talking about guys who write in the wine section of the newspaper and they're writing about beer,
right.
Man, do they screw up things all the time, like calling ales lagers and just, simple things, like that. Hey, so you pretty much taste beer, for a living.
Yeah, it's not a bad gig when you have beer get delivered to your desk every day.
Yeah, that's actually
sort of like here.
That's an awesome gig.
Do you have like a personal fridge?
What's that?
Do you have like a personal refrigerator just to keep everything cold?
We have an office refrigerator, and there's 4 solid shelves on it that no one is allowed to touch.
It's just the beer shelves.
So,
now, let me ask this, because I think that when magazines, and I'm going to be honest, we have the same problem when we evaluate beer here on the Brewing Network. Sometimes we'll evaluate beers ahead of time. Mm-hmm. It's hard when we don't like a beer, because we want to give everybody an honest opinion about our evaluation. But it's tough to have to bash people. Now, will you guys do that in your reviews? And I don't mean call them dirty names or anything, but you know what I'm saying. Or do you just kind of weed those out and only report on the stuff that's drinkable?
To a certain point, we weed them out. If something is particularly off-flavored, I mean significant off-flavor, and it's obviously not what the brewer intended.
Yeah.
We generally get 3 to 6 bottles of each beer that we're going to review, and so if one of them in particular is bad, and the other 5 are great, then it might affect the final score of that one bad one. I mean, certainly consistency is brought into play, but at the same time, most of their product is pretty solid. So that'll make it through. Now, if 5 of the 6 are terrible, then in all honesty, it probably won't make it in the magazine. We're not out to hurt the industry, and if someone out there likes the beer, then I don't want to be the one that writes and says, "This is terrible. What are you doing drinking this beer?"
Yeah.
Knock it off. So, at a certain point where it's that fine line where, there's just some slight off flavors to every bottle, that'll still make the magazine, and it's going to get mentioned, that so-and-so was oxidized or whatever.
See, that's the hard part.
We still review green bottle beers, and every time we can taste that it's skunky, it gets put in there. And so... hopefully people are educated from it, but, not dissuaded to try something new just because it's not a 99 on the, 100-point scale.
Okay. See, because I find that that's like one of the hardest parts to do, because let's face it, if you're going to have an evaluation section in a magazine or on a show, like when we do it, you got to really evaluate it, but you don't want to be Captain Negative. You don't want to... And the other thing is, a lot of times, it's not the brewery who messed it up, it's the distributor.
Sure.
So... but you guys are mentioning, off flavors and things like that when you're doing your reviews.
Certainly, yeah. If you read the reviews, or even just the ones that interest you in particular, you're bound to find something, even if it's something as simple as... this beer isn't very well balanced, it starts really strong but then dissipates quickly. Things like that easily make it in, no problem.
Okay. All right, awesome. Now, the other thing I want to know about, and I think everybody wants to know about this, I want to come back to Draft Magazine because I got more questions, but you know where I'm going at. You just got elected fairly recently the chief beer officer of 4 Points Sheridan.
I did.
And first thing I want to ask is, and there was a big publicity stunt around that. Everybody who's a beer guy knows that they, half of us sent in the resume, and so first thing I want to ask is how the hell you got the gig, and then I want to know what it means.
It was probably the most lengthily involved process I've ever gone through to get any sort of position at all. It was, I mean, as anyone out there, I'm sure there's plenty of people that applied online, and the application started back in November of last year, I think, or at least that's when I applied. I'm not even sure the first date that it came out, but back in November I sent it in, and I tried using all my contacts in the industry. I've been working in the industry for a while, so I'm trying to get through to Sheridan Hotels on some level, and talk to them and talk to the 4 Points team and promote myself. I knew it would be sought after, obviously, but I had no idea how much, and when it got narrowed down in February or January, I believe.
Okay.
And it was down to 15 people at that point, from an initial 7,800. More than 7,800 people applied.
Wow, that is so many people. To be number one out of that, that's pretty awesome, actually.
It's like trying to get into Berkeley.
Yeah.
From more than 30 countries, 7,800 people. Even to make the final 15, I was just stoked. I mean, that was incredible. So
you brought him beer, right? That was kind of the thing.
Well, so at that point, they actually told us, okay, you've made the final 15. This is on a Thursday. No, on a Wednesday, excuse me. On a Wednesday, they said you made the final 15. We want to see a 5-minute video of you. Send it to us, mail it by Saturday.
It's like the real world. You got to send in a videography.
Yeah, at this point, it was just, I couldn't believe it. It was so involved, and I'm like, wow, they're really taking this seriously. At first, when I first saw it online, I was afraid that they were just kind of doing it as a publicity stunt.
Yeah.
But as it turns out, they got a lot of interest from the brewing community and started taking it very seriously.
Okay.
So what do you do for 5 minutes on this
What was
video?
what was your video like?
You can actually go still watch it right now online. You go to 4points.com/CBO.
Okay.
Yeah, it's obviously stands for Chief Beer Officer.
I wish I knew that beforehand. Chad.
In reality, it's pretty silly and cheesy, but it got me passed through the next round. So those 15 people were narrowed down to 4 people. And that cheesy, they said that, they wanted to let your bubbly personality show through, so I'm trying to do that in it and just kind of be fun and silly and still be informative. But
hang on, give me the address again.
We're trying to pull that up.
Give me the address once more.
4points.com.
Yeah.
/CBO.
All right, because maybe we can get the audio out here, and then we can make fun of you.
Yeah. I'm sure you can make fun of me for it. It is pretty silly, but I had a great time filming it. I actually was at the Goose Island Brewery up in Chicago, and they let me walk through the brewery, go through the whole brewing process with them, and get it all filmed.
See, that's pretty cool. I kind of like that they did the real world thing. Like you got to send in.
You have to do it now.
Yeah, you got to send it. All right, I'm loading up the video right now. Your quote on your page here is that this is the best thing that's ever happened to me.
I'm sure I said plenty of those sort of things when I first got the job.
All right, I'm clicking on the check out my video page right now.
Oh, great.
Scott's wearing a pink shirt in the
it's
picture.
salmon.
All right, let's see. All right, hang on.
Salmon, yeah. Thanks for backing me up there.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, it's loading right now. I wonder, I'm curious.
No, really, I saw, there are 4 colors.
Hey, how's it
Look how
going?
well that pink shirt matches one of their corporate colors.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, look at it right in the background. That's one of their
exactly.
colors.
He matches well.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
That had to help me.
Makes the whole thing pop.
You did your research.
Are you wearing glasses?
No.
No, he is.
Yeah, in the video?
We're safety glasses.
Oh, because he's at Goose Island Brewery right there.
I'm actually at the brewery, on the brew deck.
All right,
You never know when...
So what happened? You called these guys up and you said, I want to come down here and do this thing?
Yeah, I just called up one of their marketing people and I said, hey, can I steal your brewery for a half hour? It was a Friday. I had to mail on Saturday. It was a Friday afternoon. And they said, yeah, that's fine. Come on down. That's great.
All right, let's check out this video. Hang on for a sec. We're going to see if I can get the audio over the air.
Tell you a little bit more about myself. I wanted to show you what I was all about, and I figured what better place to do that.
Video is
and one of the places I film most at home, and that's on a brew deck at a brewery. So here I am at Goose Island Brewing Company, where I'm going to walk you through a little bit about the brewing process and teach you a little bit more about me. All right, so here we are at Goose Island Brewery. We're about to go on the brew deck and see where the beginning process of brewing takes place. But before we do that, let's put on our goggles. Safety first at the brewery.
See, Scott's kind of like MTV already because he's got like the messed up hair going on.
Purposely messed up hair.
And he's got the buttons, like no tie or nothing, a little undone stuff. He's
got the sport coat, so he's got that going for him.
See, I think that's the angle that might have gotten you the gig, Scott, because they were looking for someone who's kind of like young.
New, fresh, but professional.
Yeah, but I actually followed this thing a little bit. I didn't enter it, which is surprising.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did. No, I swear to God, I did.
Doc, whatever your
Sean,
name is, sent his resume
but
in.
I got a question for you. So Jennifer Talley from, do you get a lot of crap from your friends? Because Jennifer Talley from Squatters in Salt Lake City, she's probably like the hottest girl in the brewing industry as far as brewers go.
Because she's the only one that looks like a girl.
Because it's a it's a male-dominated sport. Did your friends give you like a whole bunch of crap because she didn't win? Because
honestly, I was when it was down to the final 4, I was most worried about her. I was sure that she was going to be. I was like, God, that's impossible to beat. How are you going to beat that? But I'm sure my friends have given me so much hell about everything.
Because I would have gunned for her.
And I got to say, Scott, I wish they'd picked Jennifer too.
Should we pull up her video instead?
You're a nice guy and everything. All right, let's listen to more of Scott's video.
So here we are at the mash tun. This is where we start the brewing process in the brewery. We can finally start to say that we're making beer once we're here, once we're adding our malt to our water. It's one of the most exciting parts because once you're here, you actually get to say you're a brewer. So here we are.
Why is there like a calypso band in the background?
I was noticing that.
That's actually a song that was composed by Danny Elfman, who's a Oscar-winning composer.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah, it's all playing in there. All right. So I see that you're making sure that you show that you know about the beer process here and you know what's doing. You know your way around a brewery. All right, let's see what else.
It's a lauder ton. You can say it with
when we made the video, we didn't know. I didn't know who else my competitors were.
Right. You just had to
You just had 3 days to make a damn video.
Yeah.
Right. I just tried to make it informative, also, show that I knew something about beer.
So did you have the salmon shirt, or did you have to go buy that?
Oh, I already owned that one.
See, I think this is tough, Scott. Like knowing what to put in a video. This is all tough stuff, you know.
The second half of it is really what I think is a much better half. Are you guys watching it right now, or I don't know? But
yeah, we're getting close.
I sit down with some beer lovers at the Goose Island pub and just walk them through some beers and talk to them about beer and break down styles for them, and filmed a lot more than made it into the final cut.
Whether they wanted to or not.
Yeah. All right, hang on. Let me play some more of it. Let's see.
Basically, this is the second step in the process. What's happening here is we've added the water to our malt, and we now need to separate that water out. It's called wort at this point. So we're going to send those rakes around. We're going to spray some water on top, and we're going to get all that water out of the malt through the false bottom. And then we're going to send that over to the brew kettle. Once we have it all in the brew kettle, then we can start to boil there. This is one of my favorite parts of the process. Here we are at the brew kettle where the product is actually becoming beer.
All right, so I know you can't hear it, Scott, as far as how my setup is, but
I've seen it plenty.
So is it mostly though you going through and really like describing the brew process?
Yeah, that's what we filmed. I mean, we edited it, or I edited it, and tried to and just make it more fun and interesting. I didn't want to sit there and go through every single thing, but basically I walked them through what makes a Hefeweizen and what makes that beer bitter and what makes this beer yeasty or whatever.
Right. So when you talk to the 4 Points people after you won, you must have asked the question like, what was compelling enough about this video that sort of brought me around and to the top of the whole thing?
It's a good question.
Mm-hmm. I think it was a few things that actually got me the job, not just the video. The video was huge in that they put that online along with the other 3 finalists, Jennifer Talley, one of them you named, Chris Rupert and Brad, and I'm going to forget, Brad Rupert, excuse me, and Chris, and I'm going to forget Chris's last name. But, the 4 finalists, who all should be commended. I mean, just to make it to that point, we were all pretty excited, I'm sure. But we all put they put all our videos up online, and that's a public vote. And over 12,700 votes came in. And I don't know if it was the video or the salmon shirt or what.
It was the shirt.
I actually got over half of the votes.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Cleaned
so that
it
was
up.
a big deal. See, now, I thought that, I was sending it out to my buddies and, everyone saying, please vote for me. And I was sending it to every person in the industry I knew, please vote for me. But I thought for sure
San Francisco.
Jennifer would win.
Can we see the other videos somewhere?
Not anymore.
So how many times did you vote for yourself?
Damn it.
Numbers aren't important.
Yeah, time spent clicking is not important.
Carpal tunnel.
I really want to see the other videos.
Was big. What's that?
Do you have you have a copy of those other videos?
I don't. I think you can still catch one of them on YouTube. I don't have a copy of them.
Hey, Steph, search YouTube for me for 4 Points CBO and see if you can find me another video. I want to know.
You know what? I can't believe you're doing this to this guy. This guy went through this process, and you're sitting here now trying to find out, well, maybe he shouldn't have won.
Yeah, because I'm extremely jealous, and I'm thinking that you don't deserve it. I'm kidding. I just want to know the competition, that's all.
Well, I'm going to let you go to YouTube and check it out yourself.
No, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, Stephanie, I'm going to have you... What was that, Steph?
I just don't know what I'm searching.
Search for 4 Points CBO. And then, if you can find I want to see Jennifer's video, because I want to know why Scott got half the votes. Jennifer was...
Hot chick, salmon shirt.
Yeah, but she was pregnant not too long ago, so maybe that's when she did the video. And that might be why...
Oh, Jennifer looked great.
She's a doll.
I'm just checking.
There's only 2...
What do you got?
There's only 2 videos, and
it looks like one of them's Scott.
Yep, this one's him.
And what's the other one?
Him.
Oh. I think Scott went through and deleted
Apparently
everybody
he knows the guys from
YouTube. All right, so now that you've been hired as the CBO, what do you do? What's your job description for them?
I do a lot of fun things. probably the best, along with draft having great perks. It's the second dream job that, I never really envisioned getting. But right now, the first month and a half was pure media. I was doing, I actually went to New York to accept the position in the morning. I accepted it back at the end of March. I actually rang the New York Stock Exchange opening bell.
Wow. Yeah, I heard about that one.
That was actually incredibly cool. That was a great time.
You see, that is amazing that you got to go and ring the stock exchange bell. I had read that, and I was thinking...
Did you drink a beer when you did that?
They didn't let us have beer on the floor, but
bastards.
I had one that morning.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. See, I think that's pretty cool. They just let anybody in there? Or
No.
That's what I mean. So, this is kind of a big deal that you're with 4 points now,
Yeah. And not that you want to watch this video, it's actually significantly longer. I'm sure it'd bore all your listeners, but
it's already on the
if you go to that same 4 Points webpage, you can, on the bottom right below the video and resume part, you can actually click the link that says "Watch the CBO ring the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange," and it takes you to a link, and there I am standing with all the big wigs there and ringing the bell.
All right, so far it definitely sounds like a publicity thing. So give me something technical.
Well, that's what it was definitely important for them to get the message out there. But since then, and to answer your previous question about what do I do now, it's actually come full circle and really focused on the beer. And so I have a couple. It's a part-time gig, so I have a couple meetings every week where I basically figure out ways to make this program work. Well, let me back up. The Best Brews program is a beer program that they had in place, and they needed somebody. They had just put it in place, and they needed somebody to lead it. And so they basically turned to me and said, we're looking to carry 4 draft beers and 12 bottle beers at every 4 Points by Sheridan location, and give people that really interesting, fun experience. Not just a cookie-cutter hotel, but really be able to, have them experience beer.
Yeah.
And so what beers should those be? So basically right now I'm in the process of breaking down what beers are going to be included at every hotel. So I travel to different breweries and pick regional beers that'll be served at their locations.
So you get to change it like per hotel. You don't have to have a standard group.
Exactly. There is a small standard group which includes, some of the more common beers, Sierra Nevada, and those like Lindeman's, Framboise, Chimay, those sort of beers included in the standard group. But then each location is going to have regional beers, and a significant number of them, not just 1 or 2, but it'll have a fair amount of regional beers at each hotel. And so it's up to the GM of each hotel and myself to work through that and figure out what beers they're going to be carrying.
So that's kind of interesting because I travel a lot, and I know a lot of craft beer drinkers travel a lot, and you oftentimes you go to a hotel and you kind of look at like the mediocre crap that's on tap at those things. Mm-hmm. And so to have an opportunity to actually go to your own hotel bar and not have to venture out too far in kind of an area, a city that you normally wouldn't be in, and to drink craft beer. But really the point I'm getting at is I don't know if you know this, Scott, but I'm actually putting my beer in cans, and this is a blatant plug.
It's only the 8th.
That the watermelon wheat, I think, would do very well with the 4 Points group, and I would like to be contact you soon about that. There'll be a FedEx package on your desk on Tuesday.
I'd be happy to have it. I've had your watermelon wheat. It's a very good beer.
Thank you.
There you go.
And I think I had it in cans at the Craft Brewers Conference.
Yes,
I'm sure Sean was handing it out in bulk. He's like, "Oh, I just happen to have this igloo with me.
I got to put my kid through school. What do you want me to do?"
Yeah, you got to do it.
It's all about the craft brew.
Yeah, so that's that's one of the great perks. Obviously, is
free beer.
Getting that beer shipped to my house and the different breweries, obviously. But and then aside from that, I'm doing all kinds of fun things. I'm going to be going to different locations and hosting happy hours. So basically, like beer and food dinner, sort of, and not necessarily entirely beer centric, more like appetizers and beer, but talk to people about beer. Help them break down beer a little bit, and so. Get people excited about it that way. I'll also be representing 4 Points, as well as Draft, at several festivals around the country. Obviously, Great American Beer Festival, but then 4 Points is sending me to Oktoberfest in Germany and things like that.
Bummer.
Wow.
Yeah, no kidding. Now, everywhere you go, they put you up in a 4 Points, and you get to stay at 4 Points anywhere you want?
Yeah, perks of the hospitality industry are far-reaching.
Yeah, no kidding. That's got to be a good deal.
So there's no 4 Points hot chicks?
You get
What's
that? Do they supply those in the room? 4 Points hot chicks? No, but you get, like, if you go travel, even if it's not on business, can you, now that you're the CBO, you stay at 4 Points everywhere you want?
I do. Well, I do my best to stay at 4 Points locations. Even if I wasn't the CBO, I'd be doing my
good
best
answer.
to stay at 4 Points locations. Is
Yeah.
that,
True
you know,
politician.
they have great beer on tap, and like you said, you don't have to go searching for that for the what bar around the hotel has the decent beer selection. You can go right downstairs. If you have any questions, they have a beer. I'm putting together a training program for
Beer
all
sommeliers.
the wait staff to know a little something about beer, and so they're really taking it seriously and making sure that people can enjoy it at the hotel. But then, I mean, they'll also be able to tell you where you can go, like have the directions to the brew pub if you want to, see the brewery itself, tour a brewery in the area, that sort of thing. They'll be able to give you directions to that.
See, I think that's awesome because going back to what I originally said is that for a big corporation like Marriott to do this is phenomenal.
Sheraton, actually.
Sheraton, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Sully. He only remembers his own plugs.
I'm sorry.
He's the Marriott.
I'll send you a check with that beer. To have that, to have that available to you, because I can't tell you how many times I've rolled into a hotel somewhere and just had just mediocre beer in the refrigerator up in the. I'm sorry, I've been drinking Hennepin all day.
I know, and all I can think of is like the next hotel you're going to throw out. Like I was at the Motel 6, where you're the new CBO.
Anyway, the point is that it's awesome that that's happening. That's all I wanted to say. I'm just going to stop talking right now, Scott.
No, it is awesome that it's happening. I think it really shows where the craft brewing industry is at. How seriously. I mean, the 4 Points team, they didn't know exactly how well this would be received, and the fact that it got, over 12,000 votes from, 50-some countries, and,
amazing.
31 countries people applied from. I mean, that in itself speaks to how well the industry is speaking to the public around the world, and especially here in the U.S.
Is the 4 Points team, are they like a bunch of young, kids who are just kind of like. I mean, I'm kind of curious, what was.
That's a good question.
Great company culture of experienced, very knowledgeable. I mean, this is one of the largest hotel chains in the U.S., much less the world.
Yeah.
And so there's obviously some serious brain power and some serious experience behind it. But then the 4 Points team in particular, especially, I think is very young and energetic, and I think that's why it came out with that brand first. They have West End and W hotels and St. Regis and Sheraton's, obviously.
Yeah.
They have all these different brands of hotels, but they're fun, interesting hotel that, especially for the beer drinker. I mean, beer is so approachable and so accessible that they didn't want to do the wine route or the Scotch route and that sort of thing. They wanted to let people have fun with their drink and with their hotel stay.
Okay.
Does that go to the wet bar in the rooms?
That's what I was trying to think of. Wet bar. I couldn't think of what it was. Sorry.
You'll be able to order the bottle selection in your room via room service. So.
Oh, see, that's awesome. Nice. All right, I got a caller who has a question for you. Hang on there 1 second. Rich, what's happening, my brother?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
It's good. You're on the phone with Scott here from Draft Magazine. For all of you who are just tuning in.
Hey, how's it going, Rich?
Listen, I just wanted to give you a comment. I travel quite a bit. In fact, I ran into Sean earlier in the week. Hey, Sean, how you doing?
Oh, hey, Rich.
From Monk.
Oh, yeah, that's right, in Philly. Good to hear you.
Yeah. And, I tell you, I've been a big, supporter over the years of Hilton, but I am starting to change my reservations because I'm going to support the hotel chain that supports my vice. I mean, my hobby.
Yeah.
It's not a vice.
It's a legal drug, sir.
Yes. But it's really, I will start, I'm part of Starwood now because of that, and I'm starting to look wherever I go. If there's a 4 Points, I'm going to be there.
Well, good, and that's obviously great for me to hear, but any suggestions that you guys have, anything you want to see in the hotels and that sort of thing.
Watermelon wheat.
You can go to the webpage and you can shoot me an email, and be more than happy to figure out what works best for the beer drinkers out there. So thanks, Rich.
Which webpage? Are you talking about the draftmag.com?
No, the 4points.com/CBO.
Okay, cool.
Should be able to reach
about
it through there.
Besides selection, are you guys, training the staff, or are they serving it in ice cold, frigid mugs, or how are they doing?
It's a good question, Rich. Yeah.
It's tricky because to each hotel, obviously, they have 122 or something to that effect, and each hotel to be micromanaged is a little bit undoable. But but what we're doing to address that issue is I'm putting together a lengthy training program. They have one in place already. I'm reviewing it and stepping it up and making sure that the servers and the bartenders and even the general managers will understand that. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to serve your beer in a frosted mug.
Just make them watch your video.
The Flying Saucer chain has a big sign that says, frosted beer mugs are for amateurs, and it's right there and blazing in front of you, so it kind of makes you think, hey, maybe I should, because they do say they get complaints when people they don't get a frosted mug. People complain,
Yeah, but they shouldn't be complaining. You're not supposed to get a frosted
mug.
mug.
Tell everyone everything, but
smack them on the head with that frosty mug.
Yeah, bastards.
I mean, we're speaking to every general manager and getting the point across, and every hotel we have it implemented at a large majority of the hotels, but every hotel isn't quite up to speed yet. They're getting it implemented, and by the end of the year, they will have it implemented at each location. But those are some of those things that'll get worked out over the coming months.
They'll even get out there into Georgia.
All right. Well, great. Hey, good to see. Good to talk to you. And hey, Sean, I'll run into you some other time.
Hey, Rich, are you drunk of the week?
No, I'm sober as a judge right now.
Oh, get on it.
Thanks for the call, Rich. Appreciate it. All right, cheers. 888-401-BEER if you want to ask Scott any questions. We're talking to Scott Kirkmans of Draft Magazine, and he's the new CBO of 4 Points Sheridan. You can go to draftmag.com to check out the magazine, or 4 Points Sheridan/CBO if you want to look at Scott's video. They got him hired, and of course send him emails and suggestions and questions and everything else you can do right there.
Let me correct you real quick. It's actually 4points.com/CBO.
Ah, there you go. Thank you. 4points.com/CBO. Chad, you should have all this in front of me right now. Sorry, we're just practicing how we blame our producer for everything.
There you go. That's fair.
I'm trying to do that. So now I got to know a couple things. How old are you, Scott? You mind saying that?
No, I don't mind saying. I'm actually, we talked about it earlier, but I'm 27 years old, and so I've been in the industry 6.5, almost 7 years now. And I've done, while I'm young, I've done a lot of different things. I've done the distributor, I've written about beer, I've sold beer, I've brewed beer. So
yeah.
I'm not too ashamed of my 27 years old, because I think I've done a fair amount in that short time.
Wait till you're Sully's age, and then you've done a fair amount.
Then you'll have done a lot. I actually don't mean you should be ashamed of it at all. Here's kind of what I'm getting at. So this. Let's face it. This kid's 27 years old, right? And he's been in the industry. I'm not saying. I think you deserve all of this. As much as I've talked to you and everything you're doing, I think you deserve every bit of it. I just want to point out the guy now. He runs a beer magazine. He's a chief beer officer for a hotel chain that flies him around to, instruct on what beers they should have. He runs every single tasting that runs through the magazine. Who in this room, when they were 27, didn't want to be doing exactly what Scott is doing right now? I don't care what your goals were.
That's awesome.
Nobody.
I feel more than privileged. I mean, it's very humbling to be in the situation that I'm in, because, just coming from my friends, I know that I'm in a very enviable position. So
yeah.
It's very exciting that I can do it. And, I'm trying not to take it for granted. I'm trying to really show people what a great beverage this is and really help the industry grow. And really get people excited about beer, because that's what makes beer so wonderful, is being able to share that experience of drinking it with your buddies. I mean, no one would drink, as much as they do if it was by themselves all the time. So, that's the best part of all my jobs, is being able to hang out with beer lovers around the world and talk to them about beer.
Yeah. I'm thinking that if I were you, I wouldn't fly anywhere. You know what I'm getting at? Because, like, it's too good to be true right now. I felt like if I were to get in an airplane, that thing's going down.
That'd be it, huh?
I'm
taking top of your game, and man, you're in the dirt.
No, I would be all buses and trains, and I wouldn't get in the air. I would walk because I'd wear a helmet everywhere I go. Of course, that's a different problem altogether. But you know what I'm getting at here. I think you got it too good, man. That's great. Good for you. So, what can we expect out of Draft Magazine? You guys have just started. I'm sure you've been through some growing pains already. You guys find any growth points already?
You know what? We couldn't be happier with the response. I mean, from the industry, everyone's seemingly in love with it and very happy with it. We've obviously gotten some criticisms, but I think that we've corrected a large majority of those and taken them as constructive feedback, and we can really point to our latest issue and be a lot more proud of it than we were when we first came out. When we first started, it was not what we had all envisioned with the magazine. It's much closer to that now, and hopefully we're never quite satisfied. But
that's, I think, the way to go.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that big feature about the BN.
Yeah, you guys are writing about us next month, right?
Watermelon wheat.
And Sean O'Sullivan's watermelon wheat.
Because he's the good friend of the BN.
Well, I do want to work with you guys on something. What I'd like to do, and what it's really, it doesn't help you so much. It really helps your listeners. But what I want to do is offer your listeners a deal. If they want to subscribe to Draft, I'm going to get you the info, Justin, and have a link on your website where your listeners can subscribe to Draft for half price. I'll give them $10 subscription. So anyone that's listening,
I'm in.
That's awesome.
I'll do it.
$10. That's a 1-year subscription for $10.
1-year subscription for $10. It's hard to beat. So if you guys are game for it for your listeners, then I would love to offer that to them, and we'll get the information to you, and we'll get that up on the website soon.
Sean's buying.
Yeah, let's do it. Who's buying the BN subscription? Paxton?
I'll do it. Just for you.
You know what? I want my own. I want those sticky pages.
You can have your own. Order your own damn subscription.
And
Paxton's got to order one for the Brewing Network. Yeah, no, that's awesome. Send
that's
us
2 for the price of 1.
I think that's a good deal. Send us the link and a $10. Listen, I've read a bunch of the magazines because I steal them from Beer, and More Beer, and $10 is well worth the cost of a 1-year subscription. I mean it. That's a great deal. So
basically, when I get an email from Chris Graham over at More Beer saying, "Where's my magazine?" I can point him towards you.
Yeah, just go, hey, you need to talk to Justin about that. He'll know what you're talking about. He knows I steal a lot from him. Yeah, I don't know why he hasn't caught me yet. He told me he's going to put in cameras soon, but he hasn't yet, and I keep capitalizing on that. I got to do what I got to do, Doc.
Yeah, he's in Reno with JP.
Oh, shit, I should go there tomorrow.
Yeah.
I can get a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, you should. He's out of town.
All right, so Draft Magazine for $10, 1-year subscription. Stay tuned to our website, thebrewingnetwork.com, and I guess Scott's going to give me a link, so we'll set that all up. Steph, what's happening in the chat room?
If people just subscribe to it, can they still get the deal, or is it too late?
Well, he's not going to give you a check back.
Yeah.
How about for the second
This is
year?
MedTech, and he just subscribed.
MedTech's a cheap bastard.
He wants
All
to know
beer
if he
guys
can
are
have the
cheap
deal.
bastards.
What's he going to do? Send him a refund?
That's not going to happen. The second year. I'll pay you
If
the
they
second year.
subscribe during this whole interview, if they subscribe, then shoot me an email at scott.kirkmans@draftmag.com, and I'll be happy to give them $15 back. But I need to see the internet subscription happen during that time period.
All right, so Brewer's Code out there, kids. If you signed up because you were listening to Scott here today, he'll give you that $10 thing. But if you didn't do that,
What if you signed up knowing he was going to be on the?
No, I think MedTech. I think he subscribed before.
See, that's because.
How about they give him his second year for $10?
There you go.
It's worth.
Oh, he subscribed tonight.
Oh,
Never
he did
mind.
subscribe tonight?
Yes.
Okay, well, there you go. All right, so scott.kirkmans@draftmag.com.
Send it to, let me get you the email.
The other guy.
Yeah, he's like, don't bother me.
He's got his own Chad.
Yeah, do you have your own Chad like I do?
No, I don't.
You need a whipping boy.
Yeah, you got to get a Chad. I'm telling you, it's beautiful.
Hey,
like if you were just hanging out with us on the show right now and you ran out of beer, you'd throw something at Chad and he'd go get you one.
Nice.
Yeah, you got to get yourself a Chad.
Any problems?
Yeah, although preferably you should get yourself a Chad with breasts. Like that's what we're really hoping for, and it just didn't
Chad
happen.
kind of has breasts.
He's got breasts.
He does. Yeah,
he's a B cup. And so is
Give
Sully.
me the email address. Send it, if you have any questions about subscriptions in general, but send it to subscriptions@draftmag.com.
All right, subscriptions at draftmag.com. All right, but listen, if you didn't buy it yet, just wait till we put up the link. You'll make it easier on the guys there at Draft Magazine.
Don't get all
if you bought it during tonight's show, it sounds like they're going to be good to you, but they don't need to be bombarded with a bunch of everyone's got to follow up.
I'm just getting a bunch
of
PMs about it. Everybody wants the $10 deal.
I'll tell you what happened, Scott, because they heard you're going to be on the show, and they go, oh, we got to support the BN, we better subscribe, and then we waited too long to give them the $10 discount.
I know, I should have thrown that out right in the beginning.
Yeah, my fault, too. All right, well,
Are you
may have
authorized to even do that?
Oh, yeah.
He's going to do it anyway.
I just got to get the publisher drunk before I run it by him.
That's fine. You'll be able to do that. So you guys are in Phoenix, right?
We are based in Phoenix, but we have presence everywhere. We have East Coast guys, we have West Coast guys, there's a guy in the Midwest, so we're all over. But I'm actually moving to Denver in a week, so I'll actually be living in Denver within a week.
No kidding. Now, is that a beer-related move or a personal deal?
It's largely beer-related in that there's so many quality breweries in the Denver area that, it certainly won't hurt to be in that area.
Oh, definitely. Before you leave, though, can you do something about the Phoenix airport in terms of craft beer? There's absolutely nothing there. I just flew
there for you.
I flew there through there about 4 days ago, and absolutely nothing. Sam Adams Lager, all the big mass-produced beers. I mean, what's going on in Phoenix?
Yeah,
I will. I'll talk.
They're
to the
hot
guys.
and they're thirsty. They want something
I'll talk to the guys
thin
at
and
Four
yellow.
Peaks and see what they can get in there.
I'm kind of thinking that we should from now on, just call Scott with all of our beer buying complaints. I just feel like I don't know why, but maybe you have access or something, and I'm just going to call you everywhere I go now and ask you to update their beer supply.
Yeah, you can actually send those to Justin at the Brewing Network.
It'll funnel right through.
Yeah, I'm going to get right on that. They're going to listen to me, all right. I hardly even work for CBS anymore.
Or the BN.
Yeah. Well, listen, I want to thank you for spending some time with us, Scott. And
happy to do it.
I got to say congratulations, man. I think things are going really well for you, and I think the magazine looks great. And good job, man.
Well, thank you. We're, at the magazine here, we're amazingly excited, and we really appreciate the support from the beer community. Like you said, Beer Geeks, it might not be what they initially thought it was and what they initially thought they would want out of a magazine, but hopefully it gives everybody a little something that they can read and be interested in. And so,
I agree.
We're very happy to fill that niche.
Well, I would say at the very least, go out and pick up an edition if you haven't seen it yet, and check it out.
Every Barnes & Noble and Borders around the country. And
okay. Yeah, really, you got to look at it as a beer guy. Check it out and find out if it is for you. I think I've actually at least read through half of every one that you guys have put out, and it's a good magazine. So $10 off. That's an awesome deal if you want to sign right up for the subscription. Look for a link with us starting early this week. I'll get with Scott on that. And otherwise, just go out and buy the mag, and then if you want it, then sign up, man. It's a good deal. So, thanks, Scott. That was awesome.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it a lot.
Hey, real quick, how cool was it to ring that New York Stock Exchange bell? Did you feel kind of weird in there?
Powerful.
One person away from me was the president of the New York Stock Exchange.
Wow. No shit.
You can smell the money on him.
See, I would have just felt out of place.
It's actually a woman.
See, Doc, look at what kind of chauvinist you are.
Yeah.
See,
I would have just felt kind of just really out of place. What a surreal experience.
I think the empty beer mug, like I said, we couldn't have liquids on the floor, but I think the beer mugs that we had, I think kind of tied it all together. Everyone on the floor, all the traders that are actually down there, doing the work, they were all looking up like, wow, that's pretty cool. That kind of hit me that point. Yeah. This is a really cool thing that I've gotten into.
No kidding. It's like you're almost like the leader of the free world right there. You're talking about the economy that kind of runs things, right? When you do the New York.
You could have whispered in his ear and said, "You know what? Beer's the shit." And then everybody's stock in beer would have gone right up.
Yeah, did you hit on the president of the stock exchange?
No, I avoided the temptation there.
Yeah, she's not hot, right? She's a mess.
Take her out for a beer after?
It's on the video. If you go to YouTube, and again, if you just kind of look up the 4 Points CBO thing, there's a whole... also, you can see it on the website there, too, right?
Yeah, you can go to 4points.com/CBO, and it's there, too.
And you can see a video of Scott
I knew it
ringing
was
the bell.
coming, and I meant to watch it.
Yeah. See, I didn't even know. I just was doing the research for the interview.
You guys would have had to get up at like 6:15 in the morning for that. So.
Oh, yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, I'm sure you were sleeping one off. So.
Doc gets up at 6:15, but not the rest of us. That's ridiculous.
I was up at 5:30 this morning.
Is this for Scott on the phone, or can I hang? Okay. All right, Scott, I'm going to let you go because we kept you waiting for a long time. But again, I really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, good.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Hey, let us know when you're on the West Coast because we'd love to have you in here.
You got it.
All right, brother. Take care.
See you soon, buddy.
Take care.
There you go, the great Scott Kirkmans of Draft Magazine. Check out draftmag.com or was it 4points.com/CBO. You can check that out too. And yeah, kind of a good deal. I'm really glad that he hung out with us and did an interview. You guys all seen Draft Magazine, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I have like 10 or 15 or 100 subscriptions to it.
He
likes the centerfold
once a day.
Yeah.
He likes the centerfold.
Yeah. I like it, and I actually go to the 4 Points hotels all the time.
I'm telling you, I think that they're kind of onto this Maxim thing, and that's why I suggested, like, they got to get some chicks on the front there. And Kat, I'm telling you, if they take my advice...
Hey, Justin, hold on a second here. You're like really into Kat. You've like brought her up.
No,
like
you gotta settle down on this, Sully, because you don't understand how smart I am on this point.
Okay,
I'm telling you right now that if they put Kat on the cover, they're going to sell a heap of beer magazines. I mean this.
Not next 2 months. Now.
Yes.
Yes.
Right
Yesterday.
now. Get it on the next because she's looking for a gig anyway.
We're redesigning the can design for the watermelon wheat at the 21st Amendment at 563 2nd Street. We'll put her on the can.
Oh,
I'm almost like John Foster right now with that beer.school thing, whatever it is.
Bub, you got to call in and back me up on the Cat thing. Like, but he said right there, like he agreed with me in the chat room, right? If they put Cat on the mag, that's a done deal. All right, we got a caller right now. What do we got? We got Reef on the phone.
Bub's probably prone down in his basement in the prone position, face down.
And loving it.
Reef, what's happening, brother? You on the air, man?
Nothing. How you guys doing tonight?
We're doing all right. How are you, man?
Good. I got some Chinese food over on the way.
Yo, right on.
Bellies.
You rock. You know what I had?
I gotta tell you,
This is the second night in a row.
All I ate today was a fucking bagel. I had a bagel.
I had a slice
dude, you're about to eat a lot more than just a bagel.
Justin had half a bagel. When I came in, sitting here on the bench
was the other half.
The other half is nasty looking bagel.
Yeah, I couldn't finish it. You're right, man. Coffee, a bagel.
Let's name a beer after him.
Did the bagel have cream cheese on it?
Yeah, it did.
It was already getting crusty.
Yeah, but my roommate buys like this fucking. He buys this like foofy cream cheese. Like I just want some cream cheese, and he had like honey, walnut, and a bunch of crap.
But you still ate it.
That's so good. Cut right to the chase.
Yeah.
Hey, Reef, where are you calling from, Reef?
I'm calling from Michigan City, and yes, Michigan does have a city, but it's not in Michigan. It's in Indiana.
Wait. Oh, Indiana!
A while ago, and you guys, I remember I was like drunk of the week, and you guys were like, I didn't know Michigan had a city.
Yeah,
I was afraid to ask, but yeah, we don't have a city, but yeah,
Hey, where are you? Are you near Fort Wayne, Indiana?
Can you buy cans of watermelon wheat?
No, dude, that's bullshit. I want some watermelon wheat right now.
Okay.
It's located at
I had a crack open a
I'll tell you what, you become CBO of 4 Points, and I'll send it to you.
No, wait, I was asking in the chat room, I was asking about what do you guys have on tap in the Denver location?
Nothing yet.
It's all, they're all working.
That's bullshit. I'm going to be there for the GABF.
It is bullshit.
Oh, we'll bring some out for you. He's bought us supper so many times we can bring him out a 6-pack of something.
You said supper?
This guy bought you guys supper?
Midwest.
It is Sunday.
Oh, you mean that's supper.
Sunday?
Dinner. It's dinner.
So are you near Fort Wayne?
I'm a good drive away from Fort Wayne, but I can get Fort Wayne beer from here.
Okay.
So.
All right, well, thanks for the food.
Mad Anthony's, it's good, but Shoreline Brewery's better.
I was at Mad Anthony's, actually. I feel like I'm having a personal phone call with you.
Yeah, good, but I don't know.
Hey, thanks for the food, man.
Well, this is the first time I haven't actually...
laughing in the background?
Yeah, Sully's a douche.
I could tell Sully from a mile away.
This is the first time I haven't brought food. So, thank you.
All right, brother.
Was supposed to bring
hey, thanks, man.
Hey, Jay.
Yeah.
You got to call me about the T-shirts, dude.
Oh, you're the
he's
T-shirt
been asking
guy?
about them. He wants to know about hoodies.
Oh, yeah.
Hoodies are...
I gotta talk to you off the air because I gotta tell you, the samples that you sent me, Like, I know you didn't send me good ones.
Those were weak, dude. Those were
but
like, that shit was on the fly, man.
Dude, but why would you send me weak samples
Are you having a
if you
personal
want me to
conversation
buy
right now?
shirts from me? You know what I'm saying? You got to send me something good.
Dude, I'm at the National Restaurant Association show this weekend at McCormick Center trying to sell T-shirts.
I don't know what that means, but it sounds good.
Either.
Do you buy beer for that company?
Just send me one T-shirt of like the best T-shirt you guys have ever done, and that.
Okay, I will, dude.
All right, that's all I need. I need one example of like a quality tee, and here's why. It's nothing against you, Reef. It took me 3 months to find somebody who could do quality
I
work.
was peeling through the archives, and I heard you were like you had like a bad experience with screen printers. Dude.
And so I'm like, now that I found a good one, I'm reluctant to leave them because they've done right by me. So if you send me something good and you can beat the price, then, fuck them. But other than that, like, I gotta see it. You know what I mean?
I hear you, dude.
All right.
See it,
That's all I'm saying.
Call me. Let's talk about it off the air. Seriously.
All right. Hey, thanks, Reef.
Well, you guys are awesome. Seriously, my brewing has improved like tenfold.
Dude, I wish mine had. That's awesome.
Because of your excuses and your mishaps.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for, man. I screw up so you guys can do better.
All right.
Cheers, brother. Thanks for the call, man.
Cheers to you.
All right, Reef.
Thanks for dinner.
Thanks.
All right, good dude right there. 888-401-BEER. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and wrap things up. Man, what a bunch of good guests we had today, right?
Awesome.
Sully, these were some good people.
Yes. I mean, we could easily have talked to both of those guys the whole show.
Yeah, like we could have done.
If your producer didn't screw it up, we probably could have.
We could have done that. I wanted to cram them in here. I wanted two good people just to rock and roll when we come back.
We had to come back big.
Right now.
I don't want people to think that we're fizzling out here. We're only getting better.
It was jam-packed with excitement and entertainment.
Put your pants back
Sully's going to take Draft Magazine into the bathroom and sort himself out.
Draft Magazine has Mike and Mike from ESPN, but if you go to page, wherever it is, page 15,
you got
there's like a hot chick on there. Why isn't she on there?
Oh, yeah. They pick a, what does it say right there?
It's pick draft lass.
They pick a draft lass in, I don't know why I didn't bring this up. My fault.
Yeah, it was.
Where's Chad?
Scott back.
Where's Chad? He didn't tell me to bring that up.
We'll yell at him when he gets back.
Because they put a hot bartender, like that they just find across the country in every issue, and they interview her.
She should be on the cover.
Like we care what she has to say. But they also put an awesome picture of her in there. That one right there, smoking.
Yeah, but these two guys from ESPN,
that's
on the cover?
You're more into that?
Come on.
No, I
am a San Francisco fruit brewer.
They shouldn't be on the cover. She should have been on the cover.
Hey, we got Bub on the phone. You want to do him before we take the break?
Yeah, I like to do Bub.
Let's do Bub. Yeah, put on the timer. Hey, Boob, man, what's happening?
First of all, you're totally correct on Kat.
Right? Tell me that they're not going to sell a bunch of magazines if they put her on.
Man. Oh, by the way, I think she's got a job, actually.
Oh, really?
I think she's got a joint in L.A. or something.
What are you, a stalker?
Yeah, but she's not on, like, TV or anything anymore.
They're doing a show for her, specifically.
I love the fact that you and Bub have something in common at this very instant.
It's all we ever talk about, yeah. Like, Bub, he'll call me up and he'll go, hey, did you see Kat this week? And I'll be like, yeah, you bet your ass I did. Now that you reminded me, give me 2.5 minutes.
He's been wanting to talk about this since about 5:02.
But I know it sounds funny, but I was serious. I think that they would sell a shitload of.
He's just looking out for the other guy.
Yeah, I'm helping a brother out, and you watch. They're going to do it, and they're not going to thank. He's not going to thank me.
No.
What would they do? Hey, this picture of Kat, courtesy of the Brewing Network.
Yeah, that's what I expect.
We got the idea from.
I actually want him to make her get a tattoo of the Brewing Network logo on her breast.
Yeah.
Right.
I think Henny could point her in that right direction.
I have to say, though,
twice.
I've been part of the brewing community for about 5 years, working in a brew pub and everything, and there's no women.
Yeah.
There's no women. And so when there is one hot chick...
You gotta, yeah.
And Sully's got her.
Dude.
It's a good thing we got you.
4 weeks of hiatus thing.
We're done. We're back now.
You got to. I've had such bad brew balls for the last 4 weeks.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Listen, I knew it would be hard on some people, but I'm telling you, it was well worth it. We really got a lot done.
Toad actually called my house. I don't know how he got my phone number. It's kind of creepy.
Yeah.
The internet's like really screwy.
Hey, you sent me a Christmas card, dude.
Dude, the 800 number's down. Are they gone? Do you know anything?
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, it's like 3 in the morning. I
yeah.
work tomorrow.
Are you bothering me?
Well, I gotta say about don't fuck with Coke, because he can find everything about everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, he knows like everything. I don't even remember. He like just came up with something funny. He just sent me an email, something I did when I was in high school or something.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, sucks that you got suspended back in the 4th grade, right?
I'm like, dude,
yeah.
Back off. Man.
No, we're done with the breaks, and yeah, the phone was down for a little while,
but it's back.
It's back now.
If you don't use it for a certain amount of days, they kind of cut it off.
They just shut it off.
It doesn't work if you don't use it for a couple days.
Yeah, it's funny. It also doesn't work if you don't pay for it. That's weird. And so everything's working. We are alive and well. I just really. I could have kept going with the shows, and we just always would have been behind. I had to take a break. So,
but Bub, are you and everybody else is listening out there? Are you coming out for the anniversary party? What's going on with that? There's a lot of chatter.
Bub's not coming.
You can find me a sponsor and somebody to take care of my children, both.
You got someone to take care of your child. Come on,
you can get Cinderella Liberty. You can do the 12 in,
I don't think Bub wants to go. I think he didn't have that
what's
good.
Bub, what's going on?
Don't even play that.
Can I tell you something? I need somebody to jump on top of my fermenter and put 2 pounds of Hollow hops in there.
No, I think he didn't have that good a time last year, and he's like, fuck it, I ain't going to spend the money.
Well, Danielle is not there, so I figured the house is going to be a mess. I won't have anywhere to sleep.
Ouch.
You didn't sleep last time.
You didn't at all.
That hurts,
man. And wasn't Chad, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't he one of the pukers in the limo?
Yes, he was. We cleaned him up.
Who else do you think we'd hire as our producer, dude?
You guys aren't supposed to be talking about that.
What are you getting at?
Bumped me in my car.
You bumped him.
Well, we're back, and thanks for hanging in there with us, man. I'm sorry to do that to you.
Yeah, well, whatever.
All right,
my wife
Bob.
enjoyed it.
Hey, listen, I'm real bummed you're not going to make it. I hope you figure out a way, dude. I'm telling you.
I still wish I could.
Get the Hennings to watch your kids.
Push and Spanner are going to be there, singing.
Yes, they will.
They're going to be singing. They're going to be doing some live music with us. The whole Brewing Network crew is going to be doing live music.
Justin's going to sing.
I'm going to be singing.
Hey, Sully's going to sing.
How come you didn't ask me to sing, Justin?
I
won't be able to call in.
Nah.
This isn't a good show.
I'll work on it.
No Collins? Really? For the
we didn't have him last year either. What's the big fucking surprise? Look we're at a remote location. I'm not bringing the studio with me. What the fuck do you want?
Dude, but I was there last year and able to commandeer Jamil's mic right out of his face.
Yeah, so whose fault is that for not being here this year?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, so I don't want to hear it.
Bub, get out here. That's it.
It's only 3 states, right?
All right, listen, this is putting me to sleep. Bub, I gotta go.
All right, bye.
Right.
Bye, Bub.
Jesus. I gotta have a personal conversation with everybody now.
We're taking a break?
Yeah, let's take a break. We're gonna get a beer. Everybody else, get yourselves a beer. We got Chinese food coming soon. Sully's like ready. He's a rock star already. He just threw his headphones down and left the room.
Have you seen what's going on with Sully?
It's getting a little heavy.
He's getting big.
Hang in there, boys and girls. We're gonna come back, wrap things up, and say goodnight. All right? It's the Brewing Network. It's good to be back.
Welcome back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Selling nuts, hot nuts. Anybody here wanna buy my nuts? Selling nuts, hot nuts. I've got nuts for sale. 1 for $5, 2 for $10. If you buy 'em once, you buy 'em again. Selling nuts, hot nuts. You buy 'em from the peanut man. Selling nuts, hot nuts. Anybody here wanna buy my nuts? Selling nuts, hot nuts. I've got nuts for sale. You tell me your nuts is mighty fine, but I bet your nuts ain't as hard as mine. Selling nuts, all hot nuts. You buy 'em from the peanut man. Selling nuts, hot nuts. Anybody here wanna buy my nuts? Selling nuts, hot nuts. You buy 'em from the peanut man. They say your nuts is mighty small. Better have small nuts than none at all. Selling nuts, hot nuts. You buy 'em from the peanut man. wine. He's got the hottest nuts in town, selling nuts. Hot nuts. You buy 'em from the peanut man, selling nuts. Hot nuts. Anybody here wanna buy my nuts? Selling nuts. Hot nuts. I've got nuts for sale. When a hog gets hungry, he begins to grunt. When a man gets hungry, he begins to hunt. Hot nuts. Hot nuts. Buy 'em from the peanut man.
This summer, an Imperial Caliber event will change the face of live beer radio forever. If you attend one beer event this year, make it the GABF. But if you attend two, it better be the Brewing Network Anniversary Party, baby. The Brewing Network Anniversary Party at the Bistro in Hayward, California, USA, planet Earth. Great beer, great surprises, great Scott.
Augustina Barina.
Visit thebrewingnetwork.com for more details.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com. Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex. You're listening to the Brewing Network. And now back to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network. We're back. What a show, huh?
Oh my God. What do we come back now?
Yeah.
What do we got left to talk about after all that?
You know what? I got a special treat in store for you. You would have thought, the old Brewing Network didn't have anything to come back to.
I thought we blew our wad.
The new Brewing Network's got John Palmer on the line with us.
Whoa.
So don't you...
John Palmer.
Don't worry about coming back slouching after two great guests like that. Mr. Palmer, what's happening, my brother?
Oh, not much. Just thought you might be back on the air tonight, and lo and behold, you are.
Yes, we are back. John? You missed us, right, John?
Yeah, I did. It was like one less podcast per week to listen to on the way to work.
Yeah, see, that sucks. I didn't like that you said that, actually. I wish you would have said, I don't listen to anything else, and I didn't know what to do.
No, I had to tune into the French Maids, since you all were off the air.
The French Maids? Wow. I haven't heard them. I might tune into that, too.
He didn't say he was listening to beer podcast.
Yeah, it was the French Maids. Hey, new book's coming out in November, huh?
Yeah.
You guys excited about that, or what?
I am. I really am, because it's...
Better start writing it.
I had a small part in it, but seriously, it's going to be just an awesome book. Really, a really good book.
I read a couple pieces of it, just kind of half chapter type of things. Got a little sneak preview, and I got to say, man, everyone's going to be really stoked about it.
It's going to be stellar.
It really is. It's being advertised as this. It's like 80 brews that everybody can do, and it's being advertised like as extract stuff, But Jamil did a good job of also giving both mini mash and all grain were applicable too. So it's not a beginner's book by any means.
No, it's a recipe book that anyone can use.
Yeah.
It's got like you say, it's got both the extract and steeping grain versions as well as the all grain versions.
Okay.
Of all of his top recipes. It's going to be great.
That's a good deal. Hey, so you going to the Homebrewers Conference, right?
Yeah, I'll be there in Denver.
So check this out. Like the AHA, as of now, we're not going to be broadcasting live from there. We're going to be there, but we're not doing a broadcast thing.
Oh.
Huh? Oh, it's a whole thing. I got to figure it out.
Thing.
It's a whole thing. But no, the only reason I'm bringing that up to you, John, is because what we really wanted to do was have you and Denny do a SmackDown as a lecture. And
I thought that would be a great idea. Yeah.
And I think it is too, but what I mean is we may have to kind of both send an email to Gary. All right?
You mean you're not going to do a SmackDown? You're not going to do a SmackDown with
Well,
Jameel and
no, we're gonna do it with Denny and John because Denny's like he's like me. He is a kind of a practical brewer.
How is he like you?
Whereas John, is more of a technical brewer, and we're going to have them, it's not a real battle, but it's kind of here's one side of it and here's the other side of it.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's two different sides of the coin.
Yeah.
Point, counterpoint, Jane, you ignorant slut kind of thing.
Yes.
Exactly.
And what we want to do is let them do that at the Homebrewers Conference and then actually broadcast it for the folks at home. So John, you're gonna have to do me a solid and help us shoot Gary an email. I'm gonna do. I'll contact you tomorrow, but that's what we got to do to make it happen.
Yeah.
So just so you know, because you guys are both gonna be there anyway.
Put us on at 6 in the morning, and we'll just have to work with it.
Hey, I'll set up the microphones the night before. You just have to hit play.
What do you mean? We'll still be up drinking.
Exactly. Now, Doc. Now that's a good question. Now that we're talking about the conference, are you definitely going?
Oh, I'm booked, baby.
You are. You're all set.
Doc, I'm set.
You're there?
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
You got a hotel and everything?
Oh, yeah. Plane flight, hotel, permission from the wife.
What's the room number?
Yeah, you got an extra bed or what?
Hookers.
I don't know. See, Jameel and I are talking about doing the cross-country drive again. We had a good time last time. We stopped at a couple breweries, it was kind of fun.
Well, we just turn over here, please.
Nah, Jameel's...
I love Jameel.
I can see him just driving straight. No, we're not stopping. You gotta pee, we're not stopping.
Not at all. That's awesome. Jameel and I get along real well on the road because he's not like that at all. And on the way back, we did that, but we were both just ready to get home. So the cool thing about Jameel is that he's ready to stop and experiment with new beers, and he's also ready to just go right through if we're done with it. So he's actually very cool too. And so we're talking about doing that whole thing again. I don't know if we're going to fly or not. So we got to figure it out.
Road trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, road trip would be fun, but
I wasn't even
fly because I'm, ready to get home.
Yeah, I heard that you're gone a lot, man. Like for the whole month of June or something. You're doing a bunch of stuff.
This summer I'm really getting booked up. It's amazing.
You're famous.
June's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm going to the AHA rally at Firestone Walker.
Oh, sweet.
June 2nd.
Yeah, I just did a thing about that earlier in the show. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna drive up for the anniversary show the next day.
Yeah, see?
Nice. We're going to see in a couple
Stick
weeks.
an accordion in your hands. You can get up on stage.
You hear that, Bub? John Palmer is going to be at the anniversary show. That's awesome.
And you're not.
And you're not, Bub. Douche.
Bub is a douche.
And then you got the Homebrewers Conference.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're traveling, dude. How do you get that much time off of work? Because you got a regular job.
Rockstar.
Yeah, I've been at work this one job for 10 years now, so I'm getting an extra week of vacation a year.
Nice.
Which is helping.
How do you get time off the wife?
Yeah, no, I was going to ask that same question. I mean, my wife's been great, but
Arlene is awesome.
I
She
just
is wonderful.
got to put it on the calendar far enough in advance.
And then it's fine?
Then it can be negotiated, yeah.
See, because
he's
holding back a little. It's a little bit of a fight, right?
See, I'm on the 9 months of Sean before
there's a certain amount of payment that has to be made.
Yeah, she's like, you going to make money on these travels or what? You going to sell some books?
the free books.
My wife asked me that question today.
Well, Paxton, you will end up benefiting from your appearances, I guarantee. I know you don't care, but you can go back to the wife and tell her, listen, this is going to work out, don't you worry.
Just got back from Belgium. I was in Portland. I mean, it's been great.
Yeah. Well, you don't have a job right now, do you?
Oh, I do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were jobless at the moment.
No, I wish.
Oh. Yeah, that's too bad.
You never know.
Now he is.
Who's listening?
Sean's jobless. His only job is to sell watermelon wheat in cans.
Exactly.
Pimp Daddy.
At 4 points.
Where can I get that?
Anything else exciting going on for you, John? Anything we got to know about? Any other books?
No, I can't think of anything. I'm going up to the Hop Symposium in August.
I'll be there.
Ooh.
Is that the one that Hop Union does? Oh, yeah.
No, this one's a little different this year. This is like the first annual ASBC IOB Hop Symposium.
Oh, okay. It's not the school that Hop Union does then?
No,
okay.
I wanted to go to that last year, but
yeah,
it's what I can swing this year.
Yeah. That's a cool deal. Is that around the Oregon Beer Fest? Is that around the same time?
Not sure.
Augustina.
No, I think Sully, OBF is July, right?
It's the third week of July.
Yeah, okay. No, that's a good deal. Well, it's always good to hear from you, John. Thanks for calling, man.
Oh yeah, well, I'm really glad you're back on the air because I enjoy listening to the show.
Hey, John, what are you drinking right now?
Duvel, actually.
Hi, C. What'd you say?
Duvel.
Oh, Duvel.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. You know that we had Ommegang on earlier in the show.
Perfect spot.
Yeah, dude, you missed out. We had Randy, the brewmaster, talking to us the whole time.
No kidding.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
I'll listen to it tomorrow.
Listen to it and check out, we got a video, a whole tour of Ommegang Brewery on our video page right there at thebrewingnetwork.com. So check that out too.
Yeah, the video's awesome. Really good
don't
job.
lay him out. Make sure you post it tonight, okay?
I know. Well, I got
very closely to that podcast. You can find out where you can get watermelon wheat.
Yes. You'll have to listen close.
What beer?
It's only said a couple of times. I'm going to try to clean up the audio for the Randy interview, so it may take me longer to put up it'll be up tonight. I just may be up till 3 or 4.
It's good. Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. You'll get it. You'll get it tomorrow, brother.
Take me a while to cut out all those watermelon wheat plugs.
All right, John, it's always good to hear from you, man. Thanks.
Hey, take care. See you in a couple weeks.
All right, we'll see you in a couple weeks, brother.
All right. Bye.
Hey, man, John Palmer coming to the anniversary show. You guys hear that?
Sweet.
Yeah, that's awesome. Maybe you guys bring your How to Brew books. You get it autographed.
You sign mine.
You can buy one there. Yeah, sign mine
Very
too.
kind.
It's a pretty cool deal. He's a good guy and just fun to hang out with. He's very down to earth. So come on out, meet John Palmer and
Bub. You have Stump the author.
It'll be a good time. I'm getting a message on my Skype from Oz Brewer.
Oz?
Oh, no way.
I was thinking about Oz.
Pull that guy up now.
How long has it been since we talked to Ozzy?
Yeah. Oh, anniversary.
Is he still alive?
You want to put him on the spot?
Yes. I just want to hear his accent. So, what?
Let's see if we can get him on here. Man,
He's from Iceland.
It's really been a long time since we got him. I don't know if he's
I've
going to
been thinking about him all week.
He must be listening because he won't take my call.
Come on, Oz.
Nah, I've been thinking about him all week.
He's like a new guy now.
He is. He's got a whole new thing
Doesn't matter.
going
We're
on.
still his friends.
Yeah, exactly.
No, he always contacts me. He's been staying at let me try again.
Doesn't contact me.
Oh, he says he's at work. He's telling me he's at work.
You know what?
So that never stopped him before.
Well, that was a different work.
No, that's what I mean. Like, he's a whole new guy. He's got a whole new job. He got the whole everything.
It's like 10 o'clock.
It's probably wears the tie. He's
noon.
respectful
I think it's
now.
noon in Australia right now.
That
depresses me.
I don't even know if I'm allowed to say the whole deal without. Basically, Ozzy, he quit drinking.
Yeah, people, it's out there.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'd rather have a live Ozzy than a pickled Ozzy.
No, I agree. No, I'm
Actually,
happy
cheers
for
to
him.
that, Doc.
I gotta say, since we've been on the air, there's a good 3 or 4 listeners that have contacted me, and they contact me kind of on the down low, and they're like, "Hey, listen, maybe don't tell everybody, but thanks for everything.
I'm dropping out,
but I've had to quit drinking, which means I can't hang out in the chat and in the forum, and because it's too much temptation. I mean, you can't quit drinking and then go say hi in the forum, right? Because everyone's like, "Hey, cheers, have a beer."
What are you drinking?
Yeah, you can't do all that.
Water.
So,
watermelon wheat.
It's like we're heroin people.
I quit. I only drink watermelon wheat.
It's low alcohol, right, John?
Ozzy says to say hi to everyone for him and let him know he's still alive.
Dude, we should probably pull him up. Come on.
He can't. He said he can't. He's at work.
Do it.
What's that, Steph?
I just said the chat's going really crazy for him.
He said he was going to try to log into the chat, but he doesn't know if he can from work either.
I mean, this whole page is...
I wanted him to come to the anniversary party too, but imagine having just quit drinking and you come to our anniversary party.
It'd be funny because Oz is a big guy, and to see him here would be he's probably all thin and fit and really looking kind of hot.
Yeah, Sully.
I get the big shaking their head from Stephanie right now.
Whatever. Just a quick anniversary party. Is there going to be a beer from you?
Will there be one of my beers?
Yeah.
What the fuck would they want that for?
The BN keeps asking for it. Or the chat room.
Oh, you mean actually
Is there going to be a Justin brewed
or
beer?
a BN beer?
No, a Justin beer. Is Justin going to brew a beer and put it on at the bistro?
You could do a wit. Come on, 2 weeks. Sure.
Why not?
Come
on.
We can do it at my house.
You're on stage, playing your song,
do it.
Everybody's drinking your beer.
That would be kind of cool.
Stephanie's hijacking the show right now.
It would be actually, like, while we're playing, it would be kind of cool if everyone could toast a beer from me.
Yes.
But the music's going to be good. Why should the beer suck? You know what I mean?
We can put it at my house.
No, that doesn't count, Doc, because you are like you in your brew house are like I am on the radio. You're control freaks. You're just going to take it over anyway, and you might as well just brew it then,
Well, yeah. I can make you stir it.
Maybe we could. Should we serve everyone a little bit of our Doppelbock? We got any of that?
Yeah, Doppelbock.
Yeah,
you should do it.
Yeah, I do. I have some of that left.
Now, is Vic okay with that?
Yeah, Vic's fine with it. I talked. I did talk to Vic about the homebrew thing. I was curious if
I should bring some homebrew in.
Well, no, not everybody. That's the thing about that's the thing about the homebrew versus craft brew competition. Actually, Vic was very open and very cool about it. And there was a thing where there was a time where we talked about we'd be able to do a tasting. But the deal is we can't just be serving a bunch of homebrew. It's kind of a weird thing.
Which makes sense.
I think we should have a beer, though. I think that would be a really big deal for the listeners.
All right.
We'll try. We'll see what we can do.
Yeah.
So check this out. So I'm here the other night, and Doc, I've been saving the Doppelbock. Like, I've been drinking it too, but I've really been saving it for a long time.
Control. I'm surprised it lasted this long.
It was here until 2 nights ago. I still had some left. And then, so I got rid of my douchebag roommate.
Yeah.
And the fucking other roommate turns into a douchebag. He comes over with his buddies, and I know his friends. They're actually okay guys. But they show up with no beer, and they go, oh, well, we'll just, we'll just drink Justin's, right? So, I don't really notice what's going on. I got home kind of late, and someone's opening my chest freezer, which is where our Doppelbock is, and I see this, and before it clicks in my brain, I see him pouring, and then it blows, and he's got like half of a pint, and it's all dark red and beautiful looking, and I hear it blow. I can fucking, it sounds like, but it was like the only sound on earth. You know what I mean? Like there was nothing.
And then you're like slow motion turning around like, no.
Yeah, and I'm like, was that my Doppelbock? No. And he goes, I don't know.
Sorry, dude.
It's the first glass I had, but I think it looks like it.
It's the first glass I had.
So Doc, listen, now it's not, I'm down with sharing beer, everybody knows that. But this is the only beer I've ever saved for months and months and months.
I'm so amazed that you did that.
And I really wanted to enjoy like the last glass of it, and this fucking wanker comes and grabs the last glass. So that's gone, right?
I saw the empty keg out there.
Yeah.
Doc, is that a tear in your eye?
Yeah, it is.
But
it's not that last of the Doppelbock. I have some.
And I was feeling really bad. Like, I was like, this is crap. Like, I couldn't yell at the guy. He's a nice guy. It wasn't his fault. My roommate told him it's fine. But I felt real bad because I was like, man, I really wanted to drink the last of that, right? I was a little upset. A little bit of, a little loneliness.
Just lick the dip tube.
Well, so you'd think that they'd stop there, right? Like, because he could tell I was upset. Like, I looked at him. He's like, I'm sorry, man. And I just like, yeah, whatever.
Did he offer you the pint?
And no.
Oh.
She low punch to the abdomen. You say it's okay.
Yeah, I'm like, whatever, right? But he could tell I'm upset. Well, they didn't stop there. They finished my pale ale off that was on my kegerator too. And I went and locked myself in the room to deal with my own depression for a little while. And then I needed a beer, so I come out and I go to pour off of my kegerator. I got a new tap handle. It's beautiful, little Firestone Walker tap handle. I go to grab that and pull myself a pale.
And that same
which, by the way, is the best beer I've brewed in like 2 years. It was a fantastic pale. That's all I hear. And I'm thinking, like, if you know I'm pissed off about finishing the other beer, wouldn't you stop then and not go for another keg? No, they didn't stop.
Now, Justin, doesn't
like right for it.
Beer, More Beer have like those tap locks? You can actually lock your tap up.
Yes, they do.
Do they?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we have them with the 21st Amendment.
No, but the Doppelbock isn't even on tap. They actually tapped it themselves. I didn't even have it tapped. I didn't have a Cobra on it, nothing.
Wow.
They know now they're beer savvy enough to tap it, and they got the balls to do it. I get the message from my roommate the next day. Then he was sober, and he's like, I'm really sorry, man. I thought they were going to bring beer over, and I just thought it'd be okay if we drank yours. I didn't realize we were going to drink all your beer.
All the 12-hour Doppelbock.
So what did you learn?
Fucking lock that
Lock
shit
those
up.
goddamn shit.
You're sleeping with your kegs now, huh?
Like you with your starters, man. I gotta put a lock on the chest freezer, and now I guess get one of those locking taps on the kegerator, man.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I like to share the beer. You would hope that the people that come into your house have a little respect.
Jamil's beer that he gives you.
Yeah. I got some of that. I still got Jamil's cold shot there.
There you go.
You know, it's the same thing. I had this dream that I'm gonna get my sleeping bag. I'm going to sleep in Sean's garage.
That's Sean Paxton, by
This
the
is
way.
a real dream.
I will give you
I could live in there for a month.
bed.
Wow.
His garage looks like Bevmo.
Yeah, you got a lot of beers there, right? I heard that.
It's amazing. You know, and when I run out of bottled beer, I'm just going to like take it right out of the barrel.
Hey, instead of pictures of your recipe next time, why don't you give us pictures of your...
Well, we should do a show in my garage.
Just of your cellar?
You mean...
We could do that.
Cook. We'll do some slow barbecue.
I actually was getting at pictures of, like, your wife and stuff. I was going to get to the cellar next. But I was holding out there.
Oh, there you go.
Beer wife beer.
I tell you.
I mean, really, if we did a show from Paxton's house, it would be like doing a show from like a beer mecca. You got a lot.
It'd be like City Beer.
Although we'd all have to crash there because we get hammered.
Oh, we're not coming back
from
there.
for you guys.
Yeah.
We ain't coming back.
Well, we should come up for a hop harvest. I got 15 vines growing right now.
All right. That's crazy.
Make a wet hop beer, and it'll be a good time.
All right, let's wrap it up, huh? Let's get out of here.
Okay.
We'll be back next week, and then the week after that, you guys don't forget, man, we got the anniversary party coming up. And
when's that again?
June 3rd, the Bistro in Hayward. Here's another little announcement. I don't know if I made this one a couple weeks ago or not. It is 2 weeks. 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks away, but it's also 2 blocks from the BART.
Yes.
So if you're coming locally, take the BART because Vic, just like myself, is really into encouraging people not to drink and drive, and you're going to get a discount on your first beer if you show up with your BART ticket. So take the BART there. It's the Hayward exit. It's a piece of cake. You walk up 2 blocks. You're right there. Show the bartender your BART ticket, and you're going to get a discount on your first beer. Yeah.
So, Justin.
It's a real piece of cake.
Who's making beers for this thing outside of Sean?
All right, that's a good question. I'll give you a little list here. Sean O'Sullivan.
Tease, you know.
Sean's sending a beer down.
What's Sean bringing? Come on, Sean.
Do you know yet, Sully?
Hey, we're working on it.
Oh,
a little surprise action. I like that. Roger from Drake's, he's going to brew us a special batch. Vinny from Russian River is going to send down a keg. Colin, Downtown Joe's.
Nice.
Now, by the way, you can't get Downtown Joe's outside of Napa.
I know.
He's sending it down to the Bistro for us. He's going to send a keg down. Who else did I talk to? Oh, Christian from Triple Rock. He's going to give us a beer.
There we go. Anything from Dan Gordon?
No, and that's my fault. I didn't bug Dan about it. Yeah.
Let's get Dan there.
You know what? Dan doesn't... I'll ask him. I'm just going to say right now, he doesn't do those things.
No, he's a family guy.
He's a Sunday afternoon. He'll do the show. Like, even when he does the show, he talks to us and he goes, okay, next year I'll do another one. Love to. But it really is kind of a rare thing, you know, because he's a family guy. He wants to be. He's at the brewery all week, and he's a family guy.
You can invite him.
I'll ask him. I'll definitely ask him.
Magnolia?
No, and I'll tell you why, because they got another event going on somewhere else. They got a whole barbecue thing happening. In Sonoma, actually, in your neck of the woods. Sweet. Yeah, so they got another thing going on. I did speak to Matt about it. I just don't know if he can make it up, so I have yet to get back about that one. I'm supposed to talk to him.
Matt he has a free place to stay.
Supposed to talk to Matt tomorrow, so we'll find out about that. Schooners, yes. Schooners is in. They're sending a keg down. And now that's another one that you can't get all over the place.
No, you can't.
So that'll be a special one. I don't know. They didn't tell me. A lot of people are like, hey, we are going to do something special for you guys, and they won't tell me what. So that's kind of cool.
Like Sully.
Oh, I'm all giddy.
Like Sully man. Like the Sully.
Yeah.
It's like Christmas morning.
What's that stuff?
Are there some hotels in the area where people can crash?
Yeah, but I don't know what they are.
It's called the BART station.
Just look up Hayward and the Bistro. And
I think there's 4 points nearby.
Let me put Chad, the producer, on it, and I'll make Chad post up in the forum. So if you need to know where to stay, look this week.
Okay.
I'll make Chad put up a post in the forum of some hotels in the area.
People are just looking because they're worried about BART and getting back someplace. And
BART's easy as long as your hotel's near BART.
Well, what's the last BART though? That's
the last BART is 12:30, and so I think that's what
but
people
that's
are really.
cool because we're looking at end of the show is going to be between 9 and 10, and then of course we'll have ourselves a few more beers till about 11 or 12, and then grab the BART, wherever we got to go.
Are we BARTing?
We're not BARTing there, but we very well may be BARTing home.
What about all of our equipment?
We're gonna
and my roadie.
Vic is being awesome about letting us store it all in his basement that night, so that we don't have to, in our drunken stupor, make sure that we get everything home.
Hey, what are you saying about last year then? Because you took your stuff home at the 21st Amendment.
Actually,
3 seconds.
you guys,
we kicked your shit out.
No, you guys offered me. You guys offered me the same thing, but I was off. I felt so bad about because Lloyd, like your GM, was working so hard at like making sure that everything was cool there. I felt so bad for Lloyd that I didn't take you guys up on the offer. I was like, no, I got to get this out of Lloyd's way.
All right.
I know he's not even the owner. Like I'm worried about Lloyd.
You know what? I guess that's why you're not doing it this year, though. And I'm not taking offense. I'm just saying.
Just saying. I'm not saying.
I'm just saying.
EJ Fair. Morgan's going to send us down some beer.
I bumped into him up in Portland.
Good dude.
Fun.
I think he might brew us a special batch, too. So, a lot of good beers. You can expect.
It sounds like it's going to be an awesome event, honestly. I mean, last year, if it's anything like last year, this is going to be amazing.
There'll be one beer on discount. I know that. So get there early.
Is that the 21st Amendment beer?
If you want to.
Where was last year's again?
I can't
do this
anymore. I mean, my joke is even getting old to me right now.
So keep in mind. Do I get a phone call?
They think the phone's off the hook. It's busy.
You're off the hook.
I got him there. I think it's
Okay.
H2. You want to hey, H2, is that you, brother?
Oh, yeah, he's been waiting.
Yeah, guys.
I've been keeping him on hold the whole time. What's happening, brother?
Not much. Hey, I just booked my tickets to come down to the show.
Yeah,
nice.
there you
For
go.
the anniversary.
Good man.
And then I just heard you're at a Doppelbox, so I got to go cancel them.
I know. Can you believe that?
We're not.
Do you have the ice box left?
Yes, we do.
Oh, because that was tasty.
Yeah.
That Doppelbox was the best beer I've ever had.
Well, I still have this Doppelbock. I have probably 3 gallons left.
What about the ice box?
H2 and his buddy were both out here,
gallon and a half.
and they both tried the Doppelbock, and his buddy, who's not he's like, that is the best beer I've ever tasted in my life, is what he said about our Doppelbock.
Well, big shout out to Doc. I mean, I don't know if anybody looked at the NHC as far as Doe's and who was getting first, second, and third.
Yeah.
But big for the West. You guys really...
Doe's, your club did a good job.
Yeah, we got a lot of points.
John, Jameel, you, Eric Beer, all of you guys.
I had H2's beer when I was out in Texas for the Craft Brewers Conference. It wasn't bad. One of them was a little chunky. You dry hop the hell out of some of those beers.
That keg had been sitting a little bit.
Where's Chad?
Everything kind of settled. So, hey, it sounds like everyone's going to be pretty hammered up after this show. Do I need to get a suite nearby the bistro and everyone can crash there that night?
Yeah, maybe that's what we got to do, is get like a place to hang out by the bistro.
You mean like a party room?
Yeah.
It sounds like it'd be the best thing to do.
We got to call it a hospitality room.
But we would need
I'll
like
do
a place...
that. I'll get a big room, and if anyone needs to crash, they can come and stay the night there.
Well, I don't know if you got to worry about everybody sleeping, but maybe we need a place
a
like
cool-down place.
Yeah, so that we can put a keg on tap in the room. Because you know what's going to happen?
ball.
Like, everyone's going to end up here, and that's all fine and stuff, but it's
a lot of people think they're sleeping here, according to the chat room.
Really?
I got permission from Justin.
Like,
That's
how
what
many
they
is
keep
a lot
saying.
of people?
I don't know.
Hey, as long as there's floor space.
I got to tell you right now, if you think you're sleeping here, you're probably misguided. Like, I like you guys and stuff, but come on. What do I got to do? I got to fucking
Where's the
make you.
love?
I got to make you bacon in the morning and shit.
The funny thing, we're talking about it, and then somebody comes back. Well, I've already talked to Justin. I'm sleeping there. Okay.
You know
I
what?
can vouch the couch is comfortable.
Like, there might be
even sitting up.
There might be a person or two who I mentioned that to, and if they're like talking about it publicly, then fuck it, you guys can get a hotel. I'm gonna say that right now. Like, come on, what is this?
Hotel Crosley.
All of a sudden, it's Hotel Brewing Network.
Hotel Crosley.
I mean, I want you guys to come out and party and do the whole thing, but
Now, Justin, do you
I
think
gotta
pizza?
live in this place. You gotta realize what this place looked like last year. It was like, you guys have seen the old frat movies, right? Like, you know what? That's what the place looked like. This is not a frat. It's not even my house. I gotta give this back to somebody at some point.
Justin, you're missing the boat on this one. Charge a keg a person.
Oh, okay, I'm in.
Done.
Yeah, if it's like $50 a head, now you're in, guy. You can stay. All of you can stay.
$50, that's pretty good.
Man.
You should get a room.
But anyways, I'm looking forward to it. Just want to call and say thanks for coming back on the air. We're missing you guys.
Sweet, man. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it.
All right, Brian.
All right.
Take
See you in
care.
a couple weeks.
Take care, buddy. Ciao.
All right, get your tickets, man. 2 weeks. You got a little time.
Tickets.
You guys aren't going to want to miss this party. It's going to be a lot of fun. You got to tell me who's talking in the chat room about sleeping here.
Well, Danielle apparently gave quite a few people permission as well to sleep here. And so
Nice.
You know what? Before
She's
she
like,
left,
I'm going to be gone. Fuck it.
Before she left, she said, "Nobody's sleeping here."
Yeah, and then she probably came back in after. Who's telling me?
I don't want to call people out.
I'm telling you to call people out, and you work for me right now. So who's saying they're staying here?
I can't go back that far. MedTech is one of them.
Yeah.
I don't know. It only goes back about 70.
It was probably one person, and then I did this whole rant because Steph's like, oh, all these people. Like, one person said they're staying here?
Well, no, once one person said they're staying here, everybody said they're staying here.
That's
well, if he's staying, I'm staying.
Yeah.
So just so Geist doesn't kick the shit out of me later when he comes out, because I know he's coming out here. So you have a lot of people that want to stay at the Rat Pad.
And is there going to be a Rat Pad IPA?
Ooh.
I don't think there's going to be a Rat Pad anything right now.
Rat Pad. Well, actually, I think Chad's Pliny thing
could be the Rat Pad.
That could be the Rat Pad IPA.
And Code's not kidding. Danielle gave him permission about a month ago, and he wants to know if he's still welcome to sleep here.
Even if Code got permission like a month ago, why would he talk about it in the chat room so that everybody and their brother is now going to stay at the Rat Pad? You know what I'm saying? There's some people that do a lot of work for the BN, and I'm like, oh, I got to thank you somehow because I certainly aren't going to pay you. Why would you say in the chat room oh, sweet, I'm staying at the Rat Pad? You know that means that 30 of your friends want to crash here too.
I got duct tape.
Well, apparently Kat's staying here too, so they're all staying here.
Oh, is Kat staying there?
Apparently.
That's something else right there.
There you go.
Talk to Gucci about it. He's going to line it up.
Gooch is all talk. Gooch does a lot of talking. He ain't getting Cat here. Hey, Gooch brought us
flyer here.
He brought us a bunch of German beer, though. All that German beer that's out in the fridge, that was courtesy of Gooch, hand-delivered from Germany.
That was really nice. I didn't want to reach my hand in that place, but I did for the beer.
What are you talking about? You reached your hand.
He packed it all up in a DC-10 and brought us a whole crate of German beer, which we'll have with our Chinese food.
Here at the Rat Pad?
If we ever get off the air.
I just got it, by the way.
So we're coming back for a short gig and stuff here.
I know. We got to call
on the door.
now.
Is that our food?
Yeah, it's Kal-El. He wants to say hello.
Hey, Kal-El, what's happening, brother?
Hey, Justin, how are you guys doing tonight?
We're doing good. What's going on, man?
Good to hear. I just wanted to kind of give a shout-out to the brewing community in general. I've been listening to you guys for a couple months now, and I've been brewing for about a year now, just turned 21 last year.
Nice.
So, getting it on since day one, and I actually did my first all-grain batch today.
Really?
And it just goes to show that homebrewers in general are so generous.
Yeah. Congratulations.
I found a guy through our local homebrew shop, and he was just so generous to show me everything works, and I even got a free keg out of it.
Dude, that's great.
Wow.
Hey, so if it's your first all-grain batch, tell us what the biggest screw-up was so that everyone can learn from it. Because it happens,
we've all
right?
been there. Come on, we've all been there.
Oh, totally.
You got any lessons for us?
Relax, don't worry.
There was the boil over.
Did you have a nice boil over? All right.
It wasn't too bad. It was pretty hot down here today, so nice little cool off, even though it was pretty hot. But yeah, it was just a good time all around.
Now, how did the actual mashing go? Were you able to get your temperatures okay?
I did. I actually was using my friend's system. I'm kind of putting my system together right now.
What'd you brew?
My friend actually just got a system built by V3 a couple months ago.
Oh, nice.
So that was awesome.
You can't let it just sit there.
Yeah.
You need to brew on that baby.
Yeah, so what was the beer?
We did a white... excuse me. And some feedback.
That's all right. It's my fault.
Yeah, it is.
We did a Bach, actually.
A what? Sorry?
We did a Bach.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Very nice.
Yeah, my friend's done a couple lagers before, and he wanted to, get something crisp and cool for the summer, and kind of like an interesting challenge.
I usually get strippers when I'm looking for something crisp and cool for the summer. Woo! You know what I'm saying?
Really nothing like the Pacheco strippers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And just the last thing, we're definitely going to be coming up with a couple buddies to the anniversary show. And
sweet.
All right. There you go.
Road trip.
Definitely. I actually live right down the road from Firestone, so going to bring some swag up for you guys. And
great. Hey, grab Matt on your way.
Grab Matt.
Yeah, bring Matt with you.
Here.
Can you bring some wine from Tully or Turley and also Topless Creek?
We'll see what we can do.
That's great. I'm glad you guys are coming up for the party. That's awesome.
Definitely. You guys have a good one.
Cheers, brother. Thanks for the call.
Thank you. Bye.
I got to tell you something right now. I know we're about to end the show, but we had a great interview with
Watermelon Wheat
with Randy from Ommegang.
Yeah,
and I have a new thing that we should do. I know I introduced the Rat Pad to the whole thing, but I think the new cry for the TBN should be, "Oh my God!"
That's it. Just yell that every time something's cool.
Oh my God! Just yell it out.
It's a great name.
Ommegang.
All right,
whatever.
I'm into it, but I think it needs a moment where that deserves it, right? Like when something happens and we're all excited about it.
Oh my God.
It's like
then we gotta yell.
Just sip
like when Oz calls back finally.
Yes, because in the past we would yell, watermelon wheat!
Yeah.
And now it's oh my
But to
God.
me, it's
Now
like
it's, oh
you
my
have
God.
like that beer where it just like it touches your lips and it just like heaven.
Oh
is
my
just singing.
God.
Oh my God.
You know,
Yeah, maybe when we get Oz to drink a beer again, we can yell.
man.
it shoots in your mouth and it kind of lays on your tongue until you throw it back. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Talk to us about that later.
Not the JP thing.
Oh!
More calls coming in. They're not going to let us get at it because we gave them like 4 weeks without
Want to say hi.
Who is it?
It's Geist.
Geist.
Rat Pad.
What's happening, brother?
Hey, I've got an Anchor Brewing tour on Friday before the anniversary party.
Yeah.
There is one spot left for a BN listener.
Oh, okay.
Is this the 2 o'clock tour?
No, it's the 1 p.m.
Oh, the 1 p.m.
All right, so BN listeners, if you're out there, what do you got to do? Go to anchor.com or something?
No, just PM me on the forums, and the first person who gets me a message gets the spot.
Okay, so go to the brewingnetwork.com, hit the forum button, and then private message
thing.
Geist
It's a
beer.
good tour.
What'd you do? You reserved 2 spots? You'll give one to somebody?
No, I reserved a 6.
whole tour.
The whole fucking tour, Justin.
Sweet. 6 spots, and you got 1 left. All right, so first one, a private message Geist in the forum gets a spot on the Anchor tour if you're coming up for the anniversary show. Hey, that's cool, man. Thanks for that.
No problem.
Hey, Daniela.
Hey, guys.
Did Daniela tell you could stay at the Red Pad, too?
No, actually, she had brother and kind words when I didn't bring, even ask.
I'm just trying to get a head count here. I'm going to buy some fucking cots or
No,
something.
I
paper towels.
or even think that you guys would be putting up a hotel, honestly. So
yeah,
Hotel Crosley.
Yeah, it is.
It's got a nice
do you
ring
take
to
Visa,
it.
MasterCard?
Guys, what are you drinking right now?
I have to buy some.
Okay, this is what I want you to do. You're a home brewer, right? You brew beer at home?
Oh yeah, I just finished up a batch.
Okay, so then have you brewed a Rat Pad, IPA or pale ale or anything like that?
No.
Well, damn you,
Not
my
as
man.
yet. I don't brew many IPAs.
Well, no, you have to brew a beer and call it Rat Pad and bring it out with you.
Doesn't matter what it is.
Just bring it out.
Okay, I'll bring something and call it Rat Pad.
I need one for the after party.
Yeah.
Just
one.
At the Rat Pad.
Maybe I could like if H2's into it and I get some other people into it over there on the other side of the desk, then we could get like a sponsored after party place.
Yeah, we're up for that.
Just
We'll
get
do
like some we'll promote it and
Yeah.
shit, and then like whoever
I have
can
a
show
feeling-
up at a place, that doesn't close at 2. You know what I
The
mean?
Crosley Hotel?
No, sponsored.
Well,
pay my fucking rent. You can all come here. I don't care.
Okay, this is
Visa,
kind of thinking out
MasterCard.
loud, but I mean, honestly, we're in the city. Kind of hard to get there, but maybe not. But
No, something out there, I was thinking, that we can just leave the bistro
And
and
then
go
go there.
to like a hall or a suite or a venue
Yeah.
of some sort.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That we
Downtown
can
Oakland?
we supply
Buffalo Bills is right down the
our
street.
own beer.
Are you saying that we could trash?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
good.
what
Like rock-
exactly
let's
what
go
I'm
for it.
getting at.
Like
right?
rock stars.
You're looking
Yeah.
for a BN listener who lives in Hayworth that's willing to have their house trashed.
No. I mean like
Yes.
a commercial place,
Not
like
at the treehouse.
No,
I'm
like
not
Doc says,
I'm
we're gonna
not counting
let's
that
rock
out, though.
star it. Yeah, like let's get a suite or a. I don't think there's any penthouses in Hayward, but we can something that we can just bombard.
But there's probably a Four Peaks somewhere.
A strip club?
or a 4 points even.
How many
whatever.
acres do you have, Doc?
Yeah.
What about the week
Burning
before
Man
for
out
a 2-1-8 tour of the brewery?
Like the Friday?
Yeah.
You think Sean's going to
I know we're going to be gone. We're actually going to be up in
at it.
Oregon.
We're going to be
but
at Eugene at another festival.
What
what about
Jesse
earlier
do
that
it?
week?
Yeah, we'll have Jesse do it.
Yeah, he doesn't care. I don't know. Just send emails to Sean about that if you're interested in looking
Sean
at
at
the place.
thebrewingnetwork.com.
Actually, it's the
Home of the
24th.
watermelon wheat.
Yeah.
I have a 6-pack of watermelon wheat at home. I'm not drinking it, but I'm
Why
going to send it
not?
to people.
Why are you?
He's aging it.
No, my brother really
Don't age it.
All right.
My brother really loves it, and I'm going to surprise him with it.
I remember that day.
Yeah.
That was good.
Hey, guys, thanks, brother.
No problem.
All
Have
right.
a good one.
Rat Pad.
Yeah, there you go. The old Geist.
Geist is awesome. Geist and like 4 others of us have kept that thread going. You gotta love that guy.
Geist has got to
Exactly.
get his
Geist
teeth
and
fixed,
4
man. It
others
looks pretty
have
bad.
the thread going.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I want Bub to get on board on that one too.
I don't really care
Bubster.
about it.
Yeah, you do.
What time is it?
It's 9.
It's time to go.
It's late.
You know what? I just signed for the Chinese food. And Reef, I'm sorry I gave him a $100 tip. No.
Thank you.
But
Thank you for the vegetarian
It's out there right now, so I'm looking forward to it.
Let's get out of here. All right, hey, listen, tomorrow you can sign up to get pre-sale books, Jameel and John Palmer's brand new book. It's 80 recipes that you can brew at home, and they're all based on the BJCP style guidelines, and Jameel did a great job at formulating those recipes. So go to thebrewingnetwork.com and click on the store tab tomorrow, and you'll be able to buy pre-sale. What you get out of buying pre-sale from us is a signed book from Jameel, which is pretty cool, man. The author's going to sign it for you, and you guys are all fond of Jameel anyway, so do that. There's also going to be a lot of other books there that you can buy from us, and pre-sale T-shirts. I'm not sure they're going to be up tomorrow. I want to make sure that my T-shirt person can come through before I put them up for pre-sale.
Is
and
there
I'm
a
supposed
sample
to
of the
meet with
T-shirt?
them tomorrow. I can show you the artwork.
I'd love to see.
I don't have an actual sample, but I'll show you the new BN Army logo that you guys, I'm going to tell you what, Sully, you've seen it. Doc, you've seen it. It's awesome, right?
It's awesome.
It is a kick-ass thing that Brains Tasty from the forum did for us, and he's a professional designer guy. He's no slouch, man. So I'll put those up for pre-sale this week too, and you're going to look forward to it. We got another call?
We do. Do you want to take one more?
Yeah.
It's Zymergist.
Oh, he's always like hammered at this point in the night.
He sounded okay.
We haven't had drunk of the week yet today.
Hey, Zymergist.
Hey, what's happening, brother?
How are you, man? Are you wrecked?
No, just a wee bit, lad.
Hey, I drank a few more of your beers, and I stored some of the ones that you sent too, just like you said.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I got a couple.
Well, I got 2 Rat Pad kegs to bring.
Do you? Oh, so you're coming down for the anniversary?
Oh, hell yeah.
Good man. And you're going to bring some kegs for us?
Yeah, 2 of them.
Dude, you're awesome. See, we're going to need the after party place. We can't do without it. We're going to need it.
Get a fun hotel suite for it.
What do you think about a bourbon Maybach and a brown sugar porter, toasted coconut porter?
Nice. That all sounds good to me.
Sounds familiar.
I mean, let's face it, at that point, everyone's going to be so drunk that we won't really care. I mean...
Yeah, we can almost even...
I just need to find me a KOA or a couch to surf on.
We can almost even, like, say we're going to do it, and it may not even happen.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we're like,
remember last year? We were just...
We were
lit.
Yeah. Well, but we're going to have to do this in advance. Like, we can't do it that night.
No, it'll be set up.
Yeah.
Well, shit, I won't even be down there until like 7 a.m. Sunday.
Well, that's fine. We're not doing it till like 11 p.m. Sunday night, so you're fine. We'll put Chad, the producer,
good. Then
on.
I'll
That's
jump in your bedroom and throw cold water
Then it's all his
over you,
fault,
wake you up.
That's disgusting. All right, Zyme. Yeah, well, we're looking forward to seeing you then.
And I won't be wearing any pants.
Yeah, no, I think actually though I'm telling you, it's gonna be so like crowded in there. Everyone's gonna want to wear pants.
There's going to be a lot of pantsless people, though, according to the chat room.
Nah, I'm feeling about chafing and no pants.
Yeah. I'm gonna get the clap.
What about a wheat kilt?
All right, brother.
No kilts?
I don't. Yeah, you can wear a kilt. That's fine.
Yeah,
I'll bring some
the only difference
baggage.
between the kilt and the dress is if you're wearing
It's
something
gonna smell
underneath.
like nuts in there anyway. It doesn't matter, does it?
Hot nuts.
Yeah. All right.
Hot nuts.
I gotta
Oh,
go,
yeah.
man. Thanks, brother.
Take care, man.
Cheers, son.
Let's get out of here.
Let's go.
Chinese food.
All right, so check out the store. If you haven't seen the Ommegang video yet, hit the video button on our main page. You can check it out. Hey, buy Brew Your Own magazine because they help us out for helping them out, and you can just click the link right from our main page. We have banners for it, and it's a big giant red banner, and you could hardly miss it. If it's not there when you first go there, just hit the refresh button because it'll show up, and you guys have actually been doing great. I want to thank all of you who have done that already. They've been helping us out a lot with that link, and we appreciate it too. Plus, you could hit those other links on our site that rhyme with frugal, and that helps us out too. I don't know what that noise is in the background, but it sounds like fun.
Hey, we're going.
Sounds like there's dentistry going on.
2/3.
Hey, Sully, thanks for doing the show with us today.
That's
man.
awesome. I love being here.
It was a long break.
I got to tell you, welcome back.
Thanks, brother.
I know people have been talking about it, even when I've been traveling in Philadelphia and Austin and all that, and the word out there is that they've missed you, and sir, welcome back.
Thanks, brother. I really appreciate it. Thanks to Steph for doing the chat room for us
thank
tonight.
you. It was fun. Everyone was really good tonight. So
Okay.
everyone was appropriate.
All right, very good. Are these questions in front of me that I didn't get to?
They are, but it's all right.
Yeah,
Next
we'll
time.
do it. Oh, I see. They're not important. It's fine. All right, everybody. We'll be back next week. And listen, I'm stoked to be back in the studio. Thanks for hanging out with us and supporting the Brewing Network with all you guys do. We're here for you and because of you. So thanks a lot, everybody. We'll see you in 1 week. Cheers.
Summer day, a box will do me when the skies are gray. I'll take a Belgian brew anytime, and the women sings and lambic fine. But don't you give me that American crude, boys, I want a real home brew. Home brew, don't you really love it? That a home brew, can't get enough of it. Home brew, it blows my